Yeah, man. So it's just really, really unique. I don't quite remember exactly where I came across it, but it's just like hear me out. C dot. C dot is honestly one
Saw
of the
this.
coolest Pokemon that you could actually come across. Like VGC,
Wait,
you've got
Rich.
all the yeah, no,
Rich.
yeah, but you've got all these restricted and
No,
stuff. So I'm like,
Rich.
you've got
The stream's going.
yeah. So hello, chat. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and even a shout out to you VOD watchers. Don't worry, I see you. Welcome to week 5 of the UKITT streams. I am one of your hosts, Rich Lothorion Taylor, and I'm joined by the glorious, the magnificent, the ever so handsome and well dressed. I've got Alex Whammy stood right here. Hello, how are you doing, buddy?
Hi, chat. Yeah, I'm doing absolutely great. Got my friendly Terapagos here. Hasn't done anything problematic at all recently. Especially not to anyone who might be running a C dot team.
Hey, C dot clears. C dot clears. That's all I'm going to tell you, buddy.
C dot, honestly, incredible. That pickpocket ability, big brain. Really.
Optimized 11 damage to a Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, max throw 11 damage to Calyrex Ice Rider. That's the diff right there.
That's going to win you games right there. That's basically taking down a Focus Sash, except like 11 times over. So, C dot, man, I'm telling you, if anybody knows this lovely person who's got a lovely C dot team, feel free to give them a shout, because that team absolutely bangs. And if you play it, I can't promise I'll put you on stream, but it'd be really, really funny if I did. This is not a promise. This is not a guarantee. You cannot hold me to this. So, Whammy, UKITT this year. How you finding it? You doing well? You're a player as well, right?
Yes, playing. Yes, it's been incredible. Part of the Castleroy Lakers, who have had a perfect streak so far.
Ooh, I love so far. Everything can change, anything can change, and if there's one thing that I've learned, it's the whole caster's curse. You said it now, Alex.
No. That's why you preface so far.
No, okay, that's true. You've got me there. There's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason I'm not playing, because I talk too much, and I would just make my everything go do.
No, that's being too humble. That's you doing mind games stuff. I know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
Then you're gonna expecting the terror and do a fake out into like my Calyrex Shadow.
What can I say? I live on the edge.
How clever you can be.
Well, you know what? I've got a certain level of skill with Pokemon. There's a reason that I'm casting on the table and not actually playing right now. It's because I'm not very good. But we've got a good series of players who are actually going to be throwing down today. So not sure about you, but should we take a look at it and see kind of who we've got playing today?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into it. I'm so excited for this. There we go.
So first up on the board on our imagine talking. One of our first trainers playing at the first game today of 6. We have Jody or Jim representing the Castelia City Cobalions. So this team, you'd think, yeah, quite normal. You've got your 2 restricteds. I want to draw a little bit of attention to that creature down in the bottom right hand corner. Whammy, do you know what that monster is right there?
Oh, I know that. I know this thing. This is my favorite Minecraft mon of all things. It's this Garganical. I think it's Garganical. Yeah, Garganical. That was it. This Garganical is crazy to play against, because the Sulkia just ticks away over and over. Once you got, it's almost like a slower version of a Perish Song that can be brutal, especially into something like a Dondozo. In the case you come across that, I expect there's kind of a check there for it on the team. However, it's the only attack it's got, and that is unusual.
Yeah.
For a mon like this, especially when you're also going for the Terra Bug, which is even weird. There's a lot of things. I'm hoping we get to see it, because I want to see the vision in action.
Oh my gosh, right though. Like this team, you'd think it's got kind of a standard combination of Pokemon, until you realise that actually this team looks like it's built to survive. and I mean that underlined twice with a full stop afterwards. If you look at the Zacian set, we're actually opting for the substitute set, which generally favors more so towards having longevity within your Pokemon. You want to be able to hide behind Protect and Substitute, featuring that grassy terrain from that Rillaboom there. You know, your Terrapagos has that leftovers plus that grassy terrain recovery. So we may well be seeing a few instances of Terra Shell activating just to reduce the amount of damage coming into Jodie's Pokemon here. So there's a real range of things going on and a really, really unique combination of Pokemon, which, like you said, that Garganacl, I hope we see it. I really, really do. But we're going to have to quickly jump over and check out Jodie's opponent here, Whammy.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe there'll be something good into it. A Calyrex Shadow Rider. Now, this excites me because the Garganacl had the Wide Guard, which is a huge threat into it. However, so does Zamazenta. So this is Scotty's team, I believe. And I have to admit, I think he's got the best message right now. It's exactly what everyone feels.
Honestly, a savior to us all, Jamie Keane. He's a Pokemon trainer, previous manager, and now just chilling, playing. So Scotty, clearly a big fan. You know, really just really looks up to him. Apparently, it's really sweet to see the love from one trainer to another. So let's have a proper look at this team, then see what we've got. Now, I'm sure everybody's familiar with earlier restricted formats. We have a nasty plot Calyrex Shadow Rider next to Clefairy. That little creature is able to survive more hits than any other Pokemon normally should because of that Eviolite item, which, correct me if I'm wrong on the numbers here, gives you 1.5 times defense and special defense as long as the Pokemon is not a final stage evolution. So that Clefairy is really going to be able to support the Urshifu, the Calyrex, and to an extent, even that quite dangerous Roaring Moon with its move Acrobatics, boosted by the Terra Flying and also boosted by the fact that the booster energy is confirmed. Have I said boost enough today, Whammy?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe you haven't mentioned that the Zamazenta's Dauntless Shield is boosting its defense, just so you have that extra wall there to really stabilize the team. Because if you look at the team as a whole, you've got the Clefairy with the Frangard boosting the defense of its teammates, combining with the Zamazenta. There's the really big wall when you really need to slow down the game. Because when you look at the whole at the team in a wider sense, you've got Tailwind, faster. You've got Calyrex Shadow Rider, fast. You've got Urshifu. You know, it's mid. It's mid, medium speed, faster end sort of thing.
Yeah,
it's not got the scarf in this case.
No,
but you've not got much in the way of being able to handle a Trick Room. So it makes a lot of sense to have that wall there stabilizing the team, helping you stall out, so that when you come out of that Trick Room, you can safely have your nasty plotted Calyrex Shadow Rider, click the funny Astral Barrage button, and see the opponent's team disappear like a magic trick.
Gosh, yeah, Nostral's going to absolutely have a field day after dealing with the victims of that Astral Barrage right there. So I'm quite keen to see how this goes out. There's two very different teams in play. So let's cut over and see what each of these trainers are going to be leading with. So just to confirm, we're seeing this from Jodie's perspective. So we'll have a look, see what both trainers fancy bringing. So Scotty leading up with the Incineroar and the Calyrex, whilst Jodie has the Raging Bolt and the Garganacl. So a very interesting lead. Now, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, but I feel like Scotty's gone for a very safe defensive lead, allowing for, excuse me, a fake out and a very safe, nasty plot to come up from the Calyrex, whilst Jodie's also going somewhat defensively, preparing with the Garganacl, getting ready to set some Salt Cures, whilst also outputting some big damage from this Raging Bolt.
Yeah, so in this situation, the Garganacl being able to basically threaten the Wide Guard to block the Astral Barrages, great for making sure the Raging Bolt stays safe, whilst it can effectively get off a very powerful Thunderbolt or Dragon Pulse straight into the Calyrex. However, the alternative, once the Calyrex has got its nasty plot, you really don't want to be removing it from the field. So if you did need to put Salt Cure on it to try and push it away, potentially removing its chance to Astral Barrage twice due to the Life Orb ticks as well. There's a lot of opportunity on both sides to play around it due to the threat of fake out from Incineroar into Evamon here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like it's also quite key to note. And again, I know somebody in chat's going to tell me whether I'm wrong, but Purifying Salt on Garganackle actually reduces the amount of damage that's dealt to this Pokemon by ghost type moves. So potentially very, very interesting tech as a whole from Jody to potentially help counter just Calyrex Shadow as a whole. I mean, I'm not sure about you, but I'm very aware that Pokemon trainers really dislike facing down Calyrex Shadow Rider. So this could be Jody's answer. And honestly, it seems very, very safe into it.
Yeah, my only concern here really is that outside of the Raging Ball, there isn't a ton of threat onto the Calyrex, and I'd really like to see like what happens. How do both of these players play out their turn one? Let's get into it, really.
Take it away.
Okay, so Photosynthesis boost. Oh, protect.
So it's a very, very safe turn from Scotty here, going for protecting the Calyrex and a U-turn from the Incineroar. So we're very, very keen on protecting the Calyrex, as we knew that the Garganackle was going for that Sock Cure into the Calyrex. What you mentioned previously of making sure we have that high amount of damage ticking down into the Calyrex is so, so crucial, because that self-recoil on the Life Orb is going to hurt the Calyrex. It puts it essentially on a timer, and with no recovery currently showing itself on the board, pressuring the Calyrex is a really, really smart idea. So Scotty going for Protect, ensuring that's keeping safe, whilst the Incineroar is able to switch out, hitting into the Garganackle, getting a little bit of chip damage, also getting hit back with that Rocky Helmet. It's quite sad to see Incineroar go. However, we know it will be coming back out to present some more fake out pressure. Zamazenta hitting the board, and yeah, Raging Bolt did its best into that Incineroar, but we all know it's a far too bulky Pokemon to be a partner Pokemon here. Everybody really gets one, and yet it's so bulky.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, I have to admit, the switch into the Zamazenta, the body press into the Garganackle, really nice reposition here from Scotty. Really, Jody ended up going for the best that they could get for that turn by making sure they at least covered by going for the Thunderbolt on the Incineroar. But yeah, we'll have to see if there is a way to adapt for that, given, as far as I'm aware, Scotty does. Jody doesn't have the most fighting type resisting team in the back.
No, they don't, and it's really interesting to see as well. And I think this is where the Garganackle's Terra type actually comes into it. So knowing that the Zamazenta has come out, that body press would naturally hit quite well into the Garganackle there. Even the Heavy Slap would hit quite well into it, both being super effective. That Terra Bug means that Zamazenta's attacks will go from being super effective, neutral, to not very effective. The Calyrex's Astral Barrage will have reduced damage, kind of forcing Scotty to almost pin down the Garganackle, forcing it to Terra and just going in with something like a Psychic. Could Scotty play a little bit passively, maybe go for some nasty plots and let Zamazenta kind of do its own thing? So we need to note as well, Salt Cure, I believe, does more damage against water and steel type Pokemon as the turns tick by. Now, Zamazenta has just rocked up, said, yo, roof, increased defense, but we are going to be at risk of taking a lot more damage from the Salt Cure. So again, this Garganackle is such a genius Pokemon to be bringing into this game here as we let the turn play.
Yes, here we see the Garganackle, as you predicted, terroring into the Bug type. However, the Psychic instead and the Body Press go into the Raging Bolt. The real threat in the immediate time, in the immediate situation, going into. However, the Salt Cure onto the Zamazenta, being huge and starting to put that timer on the Zamazenta, that also does not want to be pivoting out, because once it pivots out, it's lost that Dauntless Shield ability that can only go off once. The Rillaboom coming with the Grass Terrain, really helpful in this situation, because it does provide healing per turn on the Zamazenta, effectively halving the total damage that you're taking per turn from the Salt Cure on the Zamazenta. But it'll be important to see it'll be important to see if maybe this timer won't be fast enough.
Yes, so I'm very aware now that the Calyrex is likely under some very, very heavy threat from both of the Pokemon on Jody's side of the board here. Zamazenta isn't able to hit particularly well into either of the Pokemon that Jody currently has out. So the Calyrex is really under a lot of pressure to get a lot of big damage off very, very quickly. So Rillaboom is going to go in for the fake out into the Zamazenta, hitting big. Psychic hits the Rillaboom for nearly half of its health. Zamazenta obviously flinching from that fake out, and the Psychic now hitting into the Calyrex. So we're going to see some healing from the grassy terrain, and then massive amounts of damage coming out into both of Scotty's restricted Pokemon from this Garganackle. What can be done to stop this monster?
Honestly, in Scotty's position, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you for feeling a little bit salty about this situation. But it's what it's going to be. And in this case, I would be really concerned about this Rillaboom from this position, just being able to finish off the Calyrex. As we just saw, the Calyrex, the Psychic, does about just under half of the Rillaboom. The Zamazenta, it would need to also then go into the Rillaboom to stop a potential Wood Hammer going in. My only thought is, does this also then open up an opportunity for the Garganackle to be switched into something more aggressive in the later turns, giving opportunity effectively for a safe switch in an unsafe situation?
Oh, that's a very good thought. The general assumption in playing this kind of regulation set is that you're going to have at least one of your two restricted Pokemon like in the back. You're always going to bring one or two of them, right? So in theory, if there was a Zamazenta, a Zacian, or a Terapagos to come out right here, yeah, what would be the punish for that?
Well, ultimately, you really want the Terapagos to be coming in because, as we were saying earlier, the grass terrain reducing the effectiveness of the Sulkia. However, the Terra has already gone, so the Terapagos cannot remove the grassy terrain to mitigate the grassy terrain. However, the Terra is still not being used on Scottish side, so maybe there is something that could come out and actually turn the tables.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see something big coming out from Scotty in these next couple of turns. Calyrex going for a protect, making sure to stay safe. Garganackle hitting a wide guard. Grassy going into the Calyrex. We really want to keep this Calyrex safe as Body Press does actually take the knockout onto the Rillaboom. There's a very, very well-positioned protect from Scotty there, making sure that the Rillaboom is not able to take down the Calyrex. But is that knockout from Scotty there actually going to be more detrimental as the Zacian comes in? Now, this Zacian isn't faster than the Calyrex, but the threat of wide guard from Garganackle almost puts Scotty in a coin flip position. If we click into the Astral Barrage and there's no wide guard, Zacian's going to take massive damage. But if we're playing safely, the Psychic does not do very much damage into the Zacian slot here. So Calyrex, it really feels like it's been walled out by the strangest combination of Pokemon here.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the huge situations as well for the Zacian. Whilst it can take a Psychic and it's not going to do tons of damage, really in the situation, you're not wanting, like the strategy so far, as we've seen, is that you're not actually wanting to defeat you're not wanting to knock out the Calyrex and Zamazenta straight away. You're whittling them down to a point where they're just going to fall over anyway from the Sulkios. The Zacian, by being able to get up a single substitute, assuming there's no crits, you never know.
You've jinxed it now. Come on now.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Sorry. But yeah, it's very possible the Zacian will get off the substitute after getting hit by the Psychic, as we're predicting. It maybe get hit in by the Zamazenta, stays around. It can keep putting this offensive pressure on that once the Calyrex is gone, there's nothing stopping this Zacian just going in for a beginning of the turn KO on whatever's against it, especially when it still has its Dauntless Sword ability? Intrepid Sword,
yes. Yeah. So yeah, there's quite a lot of thoughts going through, and that's the real thing with this double restricted format. There's a lot of very key decisions that if you make the wrong one, unfortunately, it could well spell the end of the match for you entirely if you make a decision that isn't the most optimal. So Zacian going for a safe protect, predicting that Psychic into it, just as you said. Body Press also going to the Zacian, so the double there has been really, really well read. The Salt Cure hitting into the Calyrex again, though it's not going to add extra stacked damage to it. It's going to be ensuring more damage going into the Calyrex full stop. Yeah, it only did 12%, but that 12% is 12% more damage that you wouldn't have had if you were to, say, switch the Garganackle. Garganackle actually feeling very, very safe here right now. Even though Jody's down to their last two Pokemon, it feels as though the board is very, very even between these two trainers. Scotty not revealing the last Pokemon in the back, but Jody's got two full health Pokemon, and the one restricted they brought with them is still on full HP here.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget that the Garganackle's only been hit by a U-turn so far this game. It's been basically allowed to just sit here threatening the wide guards, and if it does get hit in this situation, it's just going to click recover, right? What else? So actually, whilst the Salt Cure didn't do much into the Calyrex there, it's also really impactful because it threatens someone switching in on that slot,
Mm-hmm.
such as like the Incineroar, which is, as we know, has quite low health from that turn 1, and so
Yep.
it's actually really good at covering for the, oh, maybe they're going to take this opportunity to kind of put themselves in a better position. But unfortunately, they're kind of trapped now because with both the Assault Cures going on, it's basically a coin toss to whether or not you're actually getting rid of Assault Cure in that slot anyway.
Yeah, so it's going to be really quite interesting to see how this next turn plays out. Scotty going for the switch, bringing back in the Incineroar, hitting the Intimidate and neutralizing Zacian's Intrepid Sword ability. Wide Guard comes out from the Garganackle as player of hits into the Zamazenta. So Zamazenta not actually able to take an impactful turn, unfortunately, right now. Calyrex Shadow Rider does return back to the field, no longer Salt Cured, and Incineroar is able to threaten a very big fake out if it does want to this turn. So it's going to be really interesting to see where these trainers take this next turn, as Scotty has now lost one Pokemon, but I feel like he's in a much better position having lost that Salt Cure effect on both active Pokemon here.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, there's possibly the best turn that Scotty could have asked for in this situation. The Garganackle, it's going to have to Salt Cure everything all over again quite slowly. But whilst the Calyrex is still out and it wants to be wide guarding at the same time to really protect everything going on. What I would expect to see here, however, is given the impact of the Garganackle so far, I would almost wonder, would a fake out into the Zacian and a nasty plot be the best option here?
That's a very good thought, because you need like underlined 3 times to get rid of that Garganackle, and I think this is something that Scotty's going to be taking into the next game as well. How much of a problem this Garganackle truly is for Scotty's whole team here. So the Protector does come out from the Zacian, which is as you expected. The fake out also predicted that one. Well done. Nasty plot as well from the Calyrex, and Assault Cure hitting into the Incineroar, dealing a nice 10% damage. So we're going to get a little bit of healing, a little bit of damage out, but you've basically just predicted that whole turn perfectly right there. Calyrex boosting its own special attack so that it could be able to effectively deal with this Garganackle. That is a very huge thing to do from Scotty. So really trying to get the board back into his favor and be able to clean it all up to finish out this game.
Well, I don't know what to say, really. I mean, after all, I am clearly Scotty after saying exactly what I knew would happen.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, in this situation, we know the Incineroar is either switching out now, which realistically, it's what it's really good at doing, is running away, or you are going to be losing at the end of this turn anyway, and now you're trapped into the situation. So the Garganackle, it's going to want to wide guard here, prevent the Astral Barrage from going off. So the only real option from the Calyrex is to Psychic probably into the Zacian. Hope that that's enough, because we haven't actually, I don't believe we've seen the damage. We've not seen damage come out from the Calyrex onto a Zacian, so I don't believe we have an idea of the damage numbers yet. Depending on how the Zacian's trained, it may be possible it could survive a +2 Psychic, but it's also unlikely given Zamazenta tends to be KO'd by something like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting position, and both trainers are almost forced to make very aggressive plays and aggressive reads to see how these things go down. So Garganackle does go for that wide guard as expected. The Psychic does just over 50% damage to that Zacian. As Zacian goes for a big Behemoth Blade, cleaning up the Calyrex. Incineroar hitting a big knockoff and actually going to feint to the Rocky Helmet on the Garganackle. Urshifu Rapid Strike is the last Pokemon left on Scotty's side of the board. Just has to deal with this Garganackle and this Zacian. Can it do it, Whammy?
Back, isn't it? Oh, no, the Rillaboom was down. I thought the Rillaboom had been switched out.
Yeah, no, so these are all the Pokemon that are left in play.
It has got a Focus Sash, so maybe it can take a turn. However, that Salt Cure, it does double damage against the Urshifu, so it's going to be really important to see. However, the Zacian, it can't just protect and try and stall out whilst the Garganackle gets off a Salt Cure and sets everything up better, because the Urshifu ignores protects, obviously, so it just decided not to. What more do you say?
Yeah, well, that's it. We're going for the Terra Water here. Aquajet comes out, not quite dealing enough to the Zacian. Play rough, never misses when you need it to. And Garganackle actually just going to click Recover. So Urshifu down on 50% of its health thereabouts. Zacian is heavily wounded, but that Garganackle is really being rude here, making sure that it will be able to survive no matter what comes at it here.
Oh yeah, I just want to see, is the Garganackle going to finally get what it deserves, which is a win to be the last one standing in a Reg I match.
Well, you know what? Take it away, Whammy. You can see if it will happen.
So the Zacian goes down, the Salt Cure comes out. We're probably going to see about 25%. So this is the final turn of the game, absolutely. Urshifu needs to somehow get an absurdly, a quadruple crit damage kind of Aquagen to the Garganical to knock it out. I think the writing's on the wall here. We know what's going on.
Yeah, let's have a look. See then. So there is one hit with the Rocky Helmet damage coming out, 2 hits, and the Rocky Damage Helmet comes out. So Garganackle not actually even taking out the Urshifu there. Believe it or not, it was that Rocky Helmet chip damage which whittled away at the Urshifu just enough to actually take it out, only allowing it to hit 2 shots into the Garganackle as opposed to standard 3 per Surging Strikes. And by the way, 2 crits in a row. Phew, that's lucky from Scotty right there. But hey, so I'm going to ask you a question. Oh, no, carry on. I will
say, the real MVP of that match, Rocky Helmet. Best Pokemon of all time.
My favourite Pokemon.
2 KOs in that match.
It did. It was pretty huge, actually. So we had a lot of KOs. There was a lot of back and forth. The fact that ended as a 1v1 in the end was really quite interesting. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on adjustments, because I'm thinking that Roaring Moon may well play into Scotty's favour in this game too here. It felt as though that Terra Flying Acrobatics would do huge amounts of damage into that Terra Bug Garganackle, so a combination of Zamazenta and Roaring Moon may well actually kind of give Scotty the advantage that he needs to get around that, because I feel like a lot of the other Pokemon were quite manageable for Scotty's 6, but it's just that Garganackle really messed up any game plans that Scotty might have had, threatening Wide Guard, the chip damage. I feel like that was the problem Pokemon, right?
Yes and no, I would say. I think
one
of the things here is I think what really would have helped was if instead of going for the U-turn, turn 1 there, or whatever it was, instead of getting the Incineroar out straight away, that taunt on Scotty's Incineroar, that could have been really useful in shutting down the Garganicle's defensive threats. So effectively, what you're really thinking about is the most impactful thing it's got. Yes, it's got the Soul Cure, it's stalling you and so on, but the real threat there is if you were to set up a nasty plot, you go for the Astral Barrage, and it just Wide Guards. Doesn't really matter. So what you really want is to be able to just go, no, stop it. Get off the nasty plot. And then click the funny Astral Barrage button and see those health bars magically disappear.
I mean, gosh, I can tell you, I am a massive fan of clicking that funny Astral Barrage button. I did it all through Reg I, so let's have a look and see whether Scotty is also going to be doing that as well as we get to some leads coming out. So Scotty bringing Calyrex out front, followed by the Incineroar. So similar to last time, was Garganackle and Raging Bolt come out this time. So both trainers going for the same leads, but going in with different game plans this time. So do you think we'll see that taunt coming out into the Garganackle, or are you thinking something different's going to happen here?
For Scotty's sake, I'm really hoping we see the taunt come out, go into the Garganackle, the Calyrex just goes for a nasty plot. Maybe the next turn, just thinking a little bit ahead here, maybe switching the Incineroar then into the Clefairy. That whilst the Calyrex protects turn 2, and then we can see the Clefairy follow me away any Thunderclap nonsense, because I expect the Raging Bolt to be targeted into the Calyrex slot to really make sure it's not getting the kind of confidence it really wants to have here.
Wow. So what I'm hearing is you're trying to kind of aim for that future sight like you're in Alakazam. So let's really see if what you're predicting does play out. So the Fake Out does go into the Raging Bolt on this turn. Nasty Plot used by the Calyrex to buff its attack. Flinch from the Raging Bolt, and Garganackle is going to get a big Salt Cure into the Incineroar this time around. So different from last time in that we're not targeting the Calyrex here. That's very, very interesting.
The Salt Cure into the Incineroar, it's not ideal given how good Incineroar is at switching. That may well be the only turn of Salt Cure we're seeing. However, if we do want to see that taunt come out, it's going to take one more turn of that. Maybe takes a Raging Bolt, as we did see in the first game, though. It looks like Thunderbolt will probably do about 60-ish%, and that Incineroar has a bit more than that. So it's going to come down to the roll of the dice to see if this Incineroar will be going down easily enough.
Yeah, so it's going to be a really, really interesting turn here. So I think actually the Sulkyor was targeted into the Incineroar slot based on the last game when Scotty protected turn 1 Calyrex and went for that U-turn into the Garganackle. So it's basing on the last turn of play. So Raging Bolt go for a Thunderclap, go for a critical hit into the Calyrex, claps back with a Psychic, which is a one-hit knockout right there. Taunt goes into the Garganackle. So Garganackle is just going to go for a Sulkyor into the Calyrex, which will actually chip it over and finish it off, which is devastating for Scotty after getting such massive boosts here. Wow.
That's incredible. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. That's really huge. The Incineroar, yes, it did get off that taunt, but so what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you don't have a Calyrex left over. What are you gonna do? So yeah, the Zamazenta coming in, sure, but I don't know if Zamazenta is necessarily going to be effective enough in this situation. We're probably going to have to see the Incineroar switch out so it can start utilizing Intimidate. We're going to probably see the Zamazenta aiming for the body presses into the Garganacle because it needs to not get Sulkyored. However, it's also got Protect, which we have. I don't believe we've seen Garganacle use Protect so far this set.
No, and unfortunately for the next 3 turns, it will not be able to due to that taunt from the Incineroar. So you are absolutely right. And I think Scotty's going to be in the mindset of, I have to pin down this Garganackle now. Like you said, the Garganackle is going to be a massive problem. So forcing out that terrestrialization earlier rather than later really helps you set a solid game plan in motion as to what you're looking for. And speaking of, Garganackle does Terror as the Zacian goes for a play into the Incineroar, taking a one-hit knockout body press, claps back into the Zacian, doing just over 50%. But that poor Zamazenta has now been hit by that Sulkyor. So massive amounts of damage are going to be ticking over. And now that Scotty's lost 2 Pokemon, that Zamazenta is not going to be able to switch out anymore. So yeah, it did 1% damage, but then the other 24% damage per turn onto the Zamazenta, it's really going to put Scotty onto a very high pressure timer right now.
Yeah, so what we might be seeing here is that usually in these situations, you would probably be seeing it going to 25%. However, the 24%, we know that's an odd number. There's probably a multiple of like 4 plus an extra HP, but because the Sulkyor does a tiny bit of damage, it negates that effect. Yeah, the Urshifu, what's it able to do into the Garganacle? Can't close combat. I believe that's bug resists that, doesn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
It does, okay.
All of Zamazenta's moves it will resist, and the close combat will, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and what's it gonna do? It's gonna Surging Strikes and take 3 Rocky Helmets and then take that. I will be very impressed to see if Scotty can recover from this situation, because not having the ability to switch out, it's not looking great.
So I agree, it's not looking great. However, we can't count out the fact that Pokemon is a very, very volatile game, and we have 2 very, very high-skilled trainers playing this game right now. Yes, this is a treacherous board state. I don't think anybody can dispute that whatsoever, but if there's going to be a line, Scotty is going to be stressing to think it through. So the terrestrialization from the Urshifu going to Terra Water, Plyer of hits into Zamazenta, dealing over half its health, Heavy Slam, really damaging the Zamazenta more than the Garganackle got hit. So we're just going for a big Surging Strikes into the Garganackle. We'll take about 60% damage, but the clap back on the Urshifu is going to be devastating here. Sulkyor hitting that Urshifu, dealing 10%, and we're going to see 2 more massive loads of damage from that Sulkyor. Both Pokemon actually on their last legs. And I'm not sure about you, Amy. Do you want to just play this out and see how it ends?
I think we all know how it will probably end here. So we're going to see, yeah, Play Rough comes into the Zamazenta off the Aqua Jet and the Garganacle, just recovering to really make sure that there's nothing that's going to be bringing it down. Garganacle just standing there as
menacingly
an immovable object. I think the lowest health we got to was 20%, despite the fact it stayed there for the whole set.
I mean, now
proper seat warmer.
You heard the horror stories of a Dozogiri stall. I'm sure we all got sick of the Calm Mind Raging Bolt stalls in, was it Reg F? That Garganackle in Regulation Set I, facing down 2 restricted Pokemon, was able to stay on board through every single game, not switching, and arguably did the most amount of damage of any Pokemon within that whole game. So well done to both trainers. Obviously, congratulations to Jody, and commiserations to Scotty. That was a very, very difficult game, and a really, really unique spin on a team, which I'm sure has just absolutely caught Scotty off guard. That Garganackle was just so well positioned through that entire game, I'd like to argue.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the beginning of the set, really, where we were saying, look, I'd love to see the Garganical show up, but realistically, is it going to? We don't know this. And then, okay,
Bosh,
it's
there
the
it is.
MVP of the set. It's incredible. Yeah, congratulations, Jody. It was a really interesting set to see, especially when you're using. I don't believe we saw the Trackros didn't even show up, so I'm sorry, but dude, you didn't even get to. I'm not really going to say you won that one, actually.
I'm sorry I let you down. Maybe next time. Whoa, Terapagos. What are you? On to the sin bin with you in the corner. So, again, well played to both trainers there. That was a good win for Jody, taking the win for the Castilla City Cobalions there. I think we're ready to check out the next Pokemon being used by the next trainers, and we're gonna keep to a consistent theme of having odd Pokemon on the teams as we take a look at this, trainers.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see. Double dragons, but in an interesting new format. In that, instead of the the Dragonites, we've got the Rayquazas. And yeah. Okay. Is that Terrify? Does Terrify normally run on Whimsicott? I don't remember that.
Well, that's just it. So I'm going to spit a little bit of insider knowledge, knowing the team that Dan is present on there. So Dan is representing the Pormont Paramedics, a team which through a couple of recent sets that we've seen on stream, off stream, and just casually looking, because I get to see everything. This is really unique, and this team is really, really big on having unique Pokemon and unique twists, because it's like that Garganacl from the last game. You have a unique Pokemon, moves or abilities different. That's how you gain the edge, when you can throw your opponents off and you know the matchup better than they can. So seeing a Rayquaza here is really, really cool. First and foremost, I need to be clear, I love this. You don't see Rayquaza much. The Swords Dance with the Terra Normal E-Speed. This Pokemon is just aiming to absolutely bulldoze through the competition. It's partnered up with a few Pokemon that we're mostly familiar with. Miraidon, which we all either love or hate, depending on your experience with it. The Whimsicott Urshifu that we saw last game. We've got the Incineroar. We've got the Frigiraff. So we've got Speed Control and Trick Room, because you don't really care if your opponent's got Tailwind up when you're just clicking Extreme Speed anyway, right? This is a really, really unique spin on the team. And I can't stress enough, I love Rayquaza. I'm really excited to see how this game goes. If Dan can make it work, I'm going to be asking for a pace whammy.
I mean, I would be really interested to see as well, because this team, something interesting to note is that Dragon Ascent is effectively the flying type equivalent of a close combat.
Yes.
So when you've got two of the most powerful attacks, really, on something with Life Orb and Swords Dance, it'll be interesting to see, especially because a lot of people tend to run the more specially attack-heavy restricteds. So there's a slight meta shift towards playing more to training your Pokemon to be a little bit more specially defensive because of this. People are more calcing for this, so running these rarer restricteds like the Rayquaza, it makes a lot of sense. And flying is actually a type that's not resisted by too many Pokemon, actually. It's more of a neutral type, offensively speaking.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's really, really cool. And before we do move on, I do need to appreciate this this fun fact here from Dan. So imagine you're playing against Michael Kelsch. Match slip was signed, and you win. Until it's corrected, and you actually got 2-0'd by Michael Kelsch. Michael de Bester! I believe he was our Stockholm regional champion this year, so he will be making an appearance at Worlds. So Dan either supporting him as he goes or preying on his downfall to say, yes, I am better. However, we will move on, because I can talk about these wacky Pokemon and Pokemon lore for ages, Whammy.
Oh, and here we go. This is this is something we'd expect to see a lot more. And look, That's Zacian. It's Terra Ground. It's missing something. Do you see it? It's missing the Terra Blast. Where's the Terra Blast for the ground type? For the ground Terra Blast?
You're making me doubt myself.
There.
Have I entered this wrong? I don't know. However, regardless of if I've entered it wrong or not, which we will talk about in future, we will take a look at, I can't spell, Tom representing the Twin Leaf Typhlosions here, who said, I'm spiritually in tune with Swordfish, which is the popular team combination you see in front of you, and is actually a swimmer himself. So that's really, really fun that you're embracing your real life hobbies with, well, is Pokemon a real life hobby? You're mixing reality and fantasy together by playing a team which capitalizes on your in real life strengths.
Oh yeah, when it's like as you see as we see in the animes, if you swim, you'll be better with water type Pokemon. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
But what I really also want to focus on is the humility. This is the thing really that actually makes someone not become too overconfident. Allows them to take those more balanced approaches to fights. And as we see here, that doesn't mean I'm good at either. Come on. You know, you're just looking for those compliments. I'm sure we all know for a fact that you are, as we're probably going to see in this first set. Yeah, one thing I will say, this is something I've encountered recently. The Grimmsnarl, Thunderwave, hate it. I hate that mon so much. However, the Farigiraf, best Pokemon to have against it, because the Thunderwave, the speed control, and the effectively 1 in 3 chance to just not get a turn is amazing. Especially when you don't, especially if the opponent doesn't have any dark types. But the Farigiraf's Armor Tail being able to protect into that will be a really interesting thing. I'm wondering if we can even get to see the Grimmsnarl make an appearance because of that mitigation.
Well, you've asked the question, and there's only one way that can have that answered, is if we cut over to the games and get some leads on the go. Game 1, bringing out Marite Dawn and Thora, followed by Zacian and Grimmsnarl. So Dan also going for a nicknaming theme of naming his Pokemon after members of his team in the Pawmots. So really, really cute way to pay homage to your teammates. So we do also see the Grimmsnarl and Zacian coming out. So like you said, the Grimmsnarl is going to be making its presence known from day dot. Being able to set up those screens is going to be really, really important in terms of ensuring that Tom's Pokemon are able to survive some potentially devastatingly powerful moves from this Miraidon here.
There's an excellent lead as well, because the Miraidons, it wants to either go for the Electro Drift, doesn't really want to lock into the Zacian because of the Terra Ground, but also it doesn't want to go for the Draco Meteor because Zacian's Fairy type is by default Fairy type. So the only thing it really wants to be doing is maybe go for a D-Gleam, which does well into the Grimmsnarl, but it's going to be very neutral into the Zacian, which could then just return with a... Well, actually, it may even go first with the Play Roughs, depending on how things are EV'd here. However, I also love the fact that with the power of friendship, this Zacian's ability is immediately removed, showing just how important it is to name all of your Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a fan of nicknames. I'm a fan of clicking every Pokemon shiny where I possibly can. So we'll move into turn 1. Zacian going for a safe protect, predicting the fake out into that slot. So Dan has been read there. The light screen comes out while the Volt Switch hits into the Grimmsnarl. So even though damage has been halved by that light screen, Grimmsnarl is still taking a huge 50% as that Volt Switch hits into it, bringing in the Whimsicott. Whimsicott able to force Encores onto the Zacian, which would just protect, able to set up its own light screen for future Pokemon coming out, or just maintain speed control with that Tailwind. So Dan really, really opening nicely and going for a safer play to ensure that we're able to position the board the way that we want it. We're going to keep control and work around these screens.
Yeah, my only thought here would be, is the Grimmsnarl going to somehow protect the... Look, we're going to have to see the Zacian switch out. It's lost its Intrepid Sword ability. We've seen it protect, and now it's in front of an Encore. It's going to have to switch. It's a great situation here because it means the Incineroar can probably just go for U-turn reposition now to reset its fake out into that slot. And the Whimsicott can just freely get off a Tailwind, making sure you have the speed control going into later turns, even if you once again got the situation of the Miraidon versus the Zacian.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun position, honestly. Dan wouldn't even be opposed if the Zacian was just able to knock out this Whimsicott, right? It's able to get the Tailwind off. You've got speed control, and then you're just free to go. So Encore does hit into the Zacian, forcing it to be clicking Protect over and over again. Thunderwave hits into the Whimsicott there, taking the paralysis, whilst the Incineroar tries to go for a U-turn, but because of being forced into that Protect, Incineroar isn't able to get the rotation out that it wants because the Protect did hit that 1 in 3 chance of actually being successful there. So much has happened, and yet in the same breath, so little has happened. The ball position has not been able to change as much as we were potentially expecting it to here.
Yeah, I would say this is a net negative to Dan in this situation, because in this situation you really want to keep momentum going as fast as possible to really make as much ground. Like you're saying, bring in the Myron again, but look, we'll have to see what comes from the following turns, because the Zacian, it's going to just be clicking Protect over and over. Maybe the Incineroar could capitalize on the fire weakness with its Flare Blitz into that slot, which, now that it's protected 2 turns in a row, I believe it's a 1 in 4 chance of succeeding on a Protect now.
I feel as though the odds are going to be stacked against Tom even further. I think it hits like 1 in 3, 1 in 9, 1 in 27 if we're really going to be like going that far with the potential for it. I do think we're going to see the Zacian switching out. You don't want to risk it, and exactly as called, here we go. Kyogre hits the board, bringing its drizzle of rain, just like it has been all over the UK. The Reflect also coming up, so we're mitigating some physical damage, apart from the fact that the Urshifu is just going to crit through anyway here. So Whimsicott not being able to make a move here and not hitting before the other Pokemon. We need you to believe that it was going for a Moonblast into the Grimmsnarl to try and remove that from the field. But Tom having brought in the Kyogre here is both fantastic because of the fact that it's able to deal massive amounts of water damage here, but the Urshifu also hitting the board means that Dan's going to be capitalizing on that rain-boosted water damage as well. And the Whimsicott still being paralyzed, you might not be able to guarantee you're able to get up your Tailwind to ensure that your Urshifu is going to be absolutely faster than the Kyogre here. So there's a lot happening, and I'm not sure if we're happy or not about the Whimsicott still being on board. The Grimmsnarl going would be great because Grimmsnarl is still able to paralyze this Urshifu. So there's so much that can be happening with the dynamic speeds in this next turn. I'm gonna be really interested to see what's going to happen. I mean, like, where do you think this is going to go, Whammy?
Honestly, I'm thinking in this situation, maybe the best course of action is to just go for the Tailwind. Expect you're probably going to get Thunder Waved here, and see if you can get enough damage onto this Kyogre with the close combat. Expect you're going to be losing the Shifu anyway, because look, you're going to be taking a pretty significant hit from the Thunder, probably, I expect. Which, yeah, it's a terrifying set to have the Kyogre with the Ice, the Electric, and the Water type moves all on it ready to go.
Gosh, yeah, we are just going for max coverage on this Kyogre, trying to deal as much damage as we physically can here. So Urshifu does actually go for the predicting the Thunder Wave, which does rightfully hit into that Urshifu slot. Tailwind comes out from the Whimsicott, and the Thunder also hits into Urshifu here. So we really don't want this Urshifu on board. Tom identifying that this single Pokemon is likely going to be able to deal so much more pressure than Tom will be able to deal with. So being able to paralyze it, slowing it down, giving it a 1 in 3 chance of not being able to move is so crucial so that you can take that massive knockout needed to remove it from the game entirely.
Yeah, what I'd be really interested to see now is, now that we've got the speed control, is there any chance that Tom is going to have another go? So Dan is going to have another go at trying to get that Moonblast into the Grimmsnarl, removing it so we can finally get rid of the threat of that Thunder Wave. Because, like I was saying before, Grimmsnarl Thunder Wave is really disruptive to a team. So, whilst you're trying to dance around this Grimmsnarl, get rid of it, this Kyogre is sitting there quite happily. It's a happy little whale thing, massive whale actually. Just want to use it. Just want to click Water Spout, see how much damage it can do. However, it's not the worst situation with both your Pokemon being able to resist that damage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we're going to see if Dan's able to grab his fishing rod and do something huge here, switching out into the Miraidon, which will resist these hits. Kyogre does actually get encored, and the Thunderwave hits into the Miraidon, which does do 0 damage. Forcing the Kyogre into using Thunder and Thunder alone is actually very beneficial, as both of Dan's Pokemon are able to resist that very well.
Yeah, that's a brilliant turn. Really brilliant turn there. That's exactly that's the perfect turn, really, for Dan. Being able to get them right on in. Now it's completely safe. No threat of the Ice Beams going into it. It can threaten into the Kyogre with the Electro Drift, which would also be very helpful because if the Kyogre did Terra into grass to resist it, well, now you know that the Zacian's not going to be able to immune it. So it's a really good pin, effectively, of what are you gonna how are you gonna respond to the threat of this Miraidon into the Kyogre, which is stuck into doing not much.
Yeah, and Dan spinning the wheel there, going for that encore, was a very, very brave move. Obviously, if that didn't work out as expected and the Whimsicott was paralyzed, that could have been a very, very powerful Ice Beam hitting into the Miraidon. So it was a very good play, very well put together. So we're seeing the Kyogre actually swap out. Light Screen is set up by the Whimsicott as the Volt Switch hits into the Grimmsnarl, living on 1 HP, which is crazy. Incineroar coming out, hitting the board, and reducing the damage output of Zacian before it's even able to do anything. Spirit Break then follows up, hits into Incineroar, dealing a small amount of damage, but any amount of damage onto Pokemon is always good. Chip is chip, and removing HP means that you will end up winning the game by doing that repeatedly. So Grimmsnarl living is really, really unfortunate for Dan there, but we're able to put in a position where Zacian has already had some of its damage potential nullified, but Tom has a response for that. Tom is running that Swords Dance. We did have double checking in the background, and it was no mistake on my part. The Zacian does actually carry Swords Dance and no Terra Blast, so yes, it will make itself immune to Miraidon's biggest hitting attacks. It can also just restore its attack power right back up to where it should be, as though Intrepid Sword had triggered and there was no Incineroar. So it's a really, really big moment here from both players. The positioning is crazy. It feels like both trainers are having to play so passively, working around their respective opponents to ensure that we're able to get in a board position that we're A, comfortable, and B, able to take some safe knockouts without losing our own key pieces.
Yeah, what we're ultimately going to need to see here, though, is that this Whimsicott is going to be trying to threaten the Encores once again to that Zacian slot. If it does go for the Sword Dance, it's going to be really important to see, can the Whimsicott get off the appropriate the appropriate Encore in the following turn, really, because of this, if we're to see the Swords Dance approach. The Incineroar, it's probably just going to go for the Fake Out into the Grimmsnarl, finish that thing off, get it out of here. No need to worry about it anymore. And then you can much more safely fire away on all cylinders with your Miraidon and your Urshifu.
Oh, no, absolutely. It's really, really key to get rid of that as well, because the light screen and reflecty turns will be expiring soon. So being able to play a patient game, like we say, playing this game of resilience and positioning is so important to wait for these screens to go. So Zacian runs away with its tail between its legs, bringing out Kyogre, and actually both Pokemon leave, bring in the Urshifu here. Fake Out and a Moonblast double into the Kyogre, reducing its special attack, is devastating for Tom on that switch in, hoping to capitalize on that. Losing the rain at the end of turn, Kyogre comes in as well, is really, really sad to see. But unfortunately, you have to position like that. So it was a necessary move and a necessary sacrifice to an extent from Tom to ensure that your Zacian isn't going to get stuck with minimal amounts of attack, but also preserving your Grimmsnarl is so important, because you don't want to lose your buffs. You will be able to survive through and take down your opponent by chipping them slowly if you've got the help of those screens. So I understand exactly what Tom is trying to do here in protecting that Grimmsnarl, also bringing in two Pokemon which will be able to very easily deal with the Incineroar, which is the Zacian's biggest problem. So this is a real game of dominoes, and I think Tom's going to be setting up for something quite nasty here.
Oh yeah, I'm really wanting to see if this Whim's got any. I mean, look, the Kyogre being at -1, the light screen being up, it's not actually doing much into this. Even if it was to hit the if the Incineroar was to take a full power like Origin Blast or Water Spout, then look, it's not going to be happy about it. But at this point, with these many damage mitigations applied, I don't actually know if that would even be enough. A Water Spout, sure, maybe, but like an Origin Pulse, when you don't have the rain, you're a -1, and there's light screen to go through. That's a lot. And the Incineroar is probably going to be wanting to, again, U-turn, reset, Intimidate, for when the Zacian comes back, go for the Fake Out, and really just try and disrupt as much as possible. Probably just resetting, taking Dan just want to really take their time, get into a strong position for the closing end of this game, I expect, once we finally see something go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting as well. We can't count out the Urshifu as well, able to A, crit through any sort of damage debuffs, regardless of Incineroar or not, but also being able to hit a U-turn into the Whimsicott will be very, very big to helping this game play out. So Whimsicott setting back up Tailwind as Surging Strikes hit into the Incineroar. 3 shots are necessary, and wow, 3 crits in a row. That's actually really lucky. Kyogre is going to deal some big damage from a Water Spout. I said big damage, 17%, but 17 is bigger than 12, so in theory, it's going to be doing damage. And again, you need to be able to chip your opponent's Pokemon down to be able to take them out. So the light screen on Tom's side of the field has now left. Very, very key to note with Miraidon re-entering the board, so its damage will now be at maximum capacity here, activating its Hadron Engine ability and boosting its damage further. So the board has been reset. Tailwind is back up, and again, this Whimsicott, despite its paralysis ailment, is not being stopped. It's able to just keep providing key support for Dan, able to keep it going and try and keep the board position in his favor here.
Really, it's very impressive what's pulling off, especially the situation that it's enabled by the fact that both Miraidon and the Urshifu can just be freely switching in and out to take whatever the Kyogre wants to throw out at it and make sure that the other one resists it very safely. So it's really interesting. However, I do want to just call out that by the fact that we are now quite late into the game and Tom still has had the nerves of steel to not mention to not use their terror so far. It's really impressive given all of the threats that Miraidon has brought to him in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel as though we may well be seeing a terrestrialization here on this turn. Could be wrong. The Whimsicott is actually now switching out, as is the Kyogre bringing in the Grimmsnarl here. Electro Drift hitting into the Urshifu, taking a massive one-hit knockout. Grimmsnarl is free to see another day. Zacian is coming out, facing down an Urshifu and a Miraidon here. Notably, Miraidon is now locked into that Electro Drift there. So, in theory, Zacian has a very safe terrestrialization into ground until you remember that Urshifu exists. So Zacian in a very, very difficult position here. Some might call this somewhat of a pin, as you're threatening to take out the Grimmsnarl in one hit with a potential Aqua Jet. You've got the pin on both types of attacking into the Zacian. So there's a lot happening here. I mean, like, just wowzers, dude. I'm a little bit taken aback, and I really can't read where each trainer's head is right now in terms of what are my priorities for finishing this game and taking everything else out.
Exactly, wowzers here. What I would expect is we're going to want to see this. We're going to want to see the Whimsicott come back in, really make sure this Zacian doesn't have any opportunities to try and go for getting its Swords Dances up, especially because right now, once the Tailwind goes down, it's going to be the fastest thing on the field. So you really want to make sure you've got the Tailwind ready in a couple turns. You want this Grimmsnarl gone so you're not being threatened with the Thunder Waves anymore. And right now, whilst it seems really good that we've got this Terra-based pin effectively into the Zacian slot, what we really are wanting to see is that Grimmsnarl go away, probably with an Aqua Jet. That's the only way to make sure that this Urshifu's getting the attack off. And probably wanting to see the Miraidon just be switched out into Whimsicott so it can reset and make sure it's ready for this end game.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Urshifu is going for a Terra Water, trying to maximize the damage whilst it gets hit with a Thunder Wave here. Electro Drift actually hitting into the Zacian, taking a massive one-out knockout right there. Urshifu is not able to move, unfortunately, due to that paralysis, forcing the Kyogre to come back into play, resetting its reign. And the Miraidon, I did not think that would be able to take a knockout into that Zacian right there. That was huge amounts of damage and a massive swing in terms of momentum in favor of Dan right now.
Oh, this is exactly the kind of thing that Tom's been having to hold off the whole game, is not clicking that Terra button when you really want to, because both the Terras on the Kyogre and the Zacian are specifically there so that you are safe into that. However, the Kyogre's Terra with the Terra Grass means it can resist the Urshifu, it can resist the Miraidon, and it's going to take a Moonblast from a Whimsicott? No, that doesn't matter. So I guess the only situation we've really got going on here is once this Urshifu's dealt with the Grimmsnarl, it's effectively a chance for Miraidon to switch out, maybe come back in a little bit later with the reset and just go for some Draco Meteors into the Kyogre and finish it off.
Yeah, I feel like with that massive amount of damage outputted by the into the Zacian from that Miraidon there, this endgame feels a lot more secure in favor of Dan. So Dan is able to switch out the Urshifu, bring in the Whimsicott once more, Terrestrialization, Grass onto the Kyogre. Light Screen does come up, the Electro Drift hits in and deals a respectable 20% damage, which through resisted and through a Light Screen, that's a lot of damage, whilst the Kyogre does hit a big Thunder into the Whimsicott, deals about 30% damage. So again, we're just slowly working away through these Pokemon, knowing that Miraidon is locked into Electro Drift. It's not going to be able to deal massive amounts of damage into the Kyogre, and the Kyogre may well just be able to power through and take out the rest of Dan's team here.
I will be very surprised if we end up seeing it, because don't forget the Kyogre's got no Protect. It's clicked the Thunder. If it gets Encored, it's stuck into Thunder, which is quadruple resisted by Miraidon. It doesn't matter how many times you need to survive how many times you need to be Electro Drifted. You just need to be Electro Drifted, 2 more times, maybe 3?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's all over for Kyogre, and that Grimmsnarl's not doing much beyond that. The only thing that really could happen, that could really swing this, is if the Grimmsnarl was able to get off a Spirit Break, because for whatever reason it got ignored in the next turn or so, then it might be a big switch up, because we're going to need to see this Miraidon get a bit of a special attack reduction, and then it ends up being limited by what it can actually put out with its 8 power points for Electro Drift.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's going to be a really
see how these final turns play out.
Yeah, this endgame is very, very tense for both trainers, honestly. Encore hitting into the Kyogre, credit predicted, so we're just going to be seeing Thunder after Thunder coming out. Grimmsnarl has been removed from play by an Electro Drift, and Thunder hitting into the Miraidon is not going to be doing much damage, so I feel like it's quite safe to say we can let this play out. Whimsicott is hitting the Light Screen whilst Electro Drift goes into Kyogre, dealing another 20-ish% damage. Thunder not dealing as much as you need right here, Alex.
Yeah, it's just going to keep going and going. Thunder over and over. The Urshifu, it's going to come in. It's going to have to just go for close combat. And the Kyogre, it's going to be stuck into another Thunder Spam. Aqua Jet. We see where this is all going.
Unfortunately,
despite the efforts.
It's a good pin.
This is a sad whale.
It's a very, very good pin. So Dan able to really pull out that fishing rod, bait it out, and force that Kyogre being into an awful position whereby all it can do is click Thunder into Pokemon which do resist those devastating hits. It's one of those, unfortunately. It was very, very well played by both, and I really feel like the key swinging point was that one-hit knockout Electro Drift into the Zacian. Zacian would have been able to present so much pressure onto this board, and would have been able to make such a difference here. So it's going to be very, very key for Tom in the next game to ensure that Zacian is not facing down that Miraidon, as Miraidon was faster and was able to just go for a horrible one-hit knockout right there. It was kind of crazy, really. I mean, in terms of adjustments, what do you want to see other than that Rayquaza coming in? I'm very keen to see Rayquaza.
So that's the real thing. Was this whole game we just saw? It went on it was a long game. To be fair, for a Regulation 9 match, that was quite a long game. However, it was primarily because both players were constantly having to dance around a few very critical strategic situations of when does the Miraidon just go all in and start taking names, and how do you, whilst also being sure that you're not getting thunder waved when you're trying to set up those situations. It'll be interesting to see. I would expect maybe getting a little bit ahead of myself there, but I would expect to see the Farigiraf coming out. But I would expect to see it in the back, so that if we see the Grimmsnarl on the field threatening these Thunder Waves, that's where I would expect it to be getting switched in those moments where it's really crucial to not get those speed control Thunder Wave options applied to you. I'd also really like to see the Rayquaza make an appearance. Come on, it's your restricted. Why is it on the team if you're not going to click the funny buttons with it? It's a restricted.
That is, Dan, if you're here in chat, I hope that you've brought it just because it's a really, really funny Pokemon to see going. However, I think Tom absolutely had the right approach to this game. I feel like the Pokemon that were brought were all equally good. They're able to balance what he needed. And as we saw, the survivability that was presented by those 4 Pokemon was fantastic. So we're going to jump into this next game, and I think we're going to get some leads straight on the go. If I see a Rayquaza, I'll do a little jig. We see Farigiraf as predicted by you there, but in the front next to Miraidon with a Zacian and a Amoonguss. So both trainers actually taking a little bit of an adjustment to their leads here.
The Amoonguss being a really interesting change-up because Amoonguss is generally seeing less usage in Regulation I than even in Regulation G. Was it? Yeah, G, because the Miraidon's so present in Regulation G, but with it being possibly the most common restricted in Regulation I, it's making the Spore side of the Amoonguss much weaker. So what I'm really expecting to see here is the Amoonguss effectively being used as a sacrificial shroom, giving this Zacian an extra life as it goes for a Swords Dance, and then it can start swinging with its +3 attacks, or probably +2s if an Incineroar is in the back.
Yeah, so the Amoonguss is a really, really good play, and ensuring not what happened last game will not happen again. Miraidon is not going to be able to take a massive one-hit knockout hit. So Miraidon actually going for the switch out, bringing in the Incineroar, lowering Zacian's defense rage power, hitting into the Amoonguss. So we've got a lot happening in such a short space of time. Oh my gosh. So Player of dealing about 50% to the Incineroar, which is a devastating amount of damage, knowing that it will get fainted in one more turn. Psychic Noise hitting into Amoonguss, but not quite dealing 50%. So that will not be a 2-turn knockout. And notably, Amoonguss cannot heal right now. So where's Dan going with this? The Zacian is presenting so much pressure, but I'm not really sure where Dan's going to be able to take this with this current board state.
I'm really not too sure either here, because whilst the Incineroar does have the fake out pressure in this turn, I'm not entirely convinced right now that it wouldn't be best to just go for the fake out into the Zacian, click the Trick Room. The Amoonguss, yes, can redirect in the following turns. A Flare Blitz into that, and being able to go for potentially a foul play into the Zacian on the following turn. That would be the best way of making a lot of progress with the current mons on Dan's side. At the same time, I would be interested to see if maybe the Kyogre could come out, given there is a very passive situation on Dan's side, and what you want really is to put as much pressure on your opponent when they are being a lot more passive in their Pokemon choices in the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking out the supportive Pokemon will just leave the powerhouses of Dan's team left behind. So I do think Tom is in a very, very good position here. Amoonguss going for a cheeky protect, not wanting to take any more damage from these Psychic Noises. Fake out, hitting into the Zacian, forcing it to lose a turn. Whilst Trick Room now comes out, reversing the speed of play. So Zacian, once the fastest Pokemon on the board, now is going to be acting last. So Dan able to swing the turn order in his favor a little bit more, and potentially able to deal some bigger amounts of damage with moves like this Flare Blitz on the Incineroar, damaging into the Zacian.
Yeah, this turn did not. That protect, unfortunately, is possibly one of the worst choices for the Amoonguss in this situation. Realistically, the best option, you can only predict so many things. The best situation would have been going for a Pollen Puff, perhaps into the Farigiraf slot from the Amoonguss, just so you can start working away on the Farigiraf. The protect now, meaning you have much lower odds of being able to protect this time, being able to protect a Flare Blitz, or being able to protect a Flare Blitz or a Psychic Noise or whatever. So I expect in this situation the Amoonguss to maybe get switched out, trigger that Regenerator, heal almost to full, and maybe see the Kyogre come in now that it's got the speed control.
Yeah, there's a lot of options. I think that's really, really key to note, that each of these trainers is going to be under a lot of pressure trying to consider every single optimal move. So yes, from some perspectives, it may well be not the most optimal. However, it could also be that Tom actually does have a line planned for what Dan is currently presenting, knowing that we do actually know 3 of Dan's Pokemon, whilst Tom has not revealed any of the Pokemon that are left in the back currently. So Tom could well be plotting something really, really nasty for us right here. And speaking of, we're going to see the Zacian switching out, Kyogre coming in, bringing the rain, a double protect from the Amoonguss, which is going to block that devastating Psychic Noise, and a Flare Blitz, ensuring that Amoonguss is able to survive this turn, allowing Kyogre to essentially remain on this board. I'd like to argue currently quite untouchable, if you're asking me. That Rage Powder is going to draw in all of Dan's Pokemon's attacks, as nothing has either Safety Goggles or a Grass-type Terrestrialization, so Kyogre may well be free to bring a little bit of havoc to this game.
Oh, look, there's two iconic moves on Amoonguss. Everyone knows about the Spore, but the other thing is that Rage Powder. And right now, unfortunately, the meta has changed to a point where this Incineroar is running Assault Vest. It's not running what previously was the Safety Goggles, so we're not going to be able to see anything like a knockoff coming into that. Kyogre has previously have been a much more common approach here. So whilst, yes, the Amoonguss, maybe we didn't see the vision earlier on, now we're starting to see the power of, once the Trick Room's up, it's actually really beneficial for Tom, more so than Dan.
Yeah, it feels almost as though Dan needs to maybe make some tactical Pokemon sacrifices, so that he can kind of regain the board control here. The Amoonguss is going to be presenting such a problem. So Pollen Puff hitting in to the Farigiraf, dealing about 35%. Psychic Noise clapping back for another 40-ish%, and notably not able to heal. Knockoff hitting into the Kyogre. Now we've got a very important interaction, knowing the speed tiers of the Pokemon right here. Kyogre also losing its Assault Vest, which means that the special type attack moves, say from the Miraidon, which we know is in the back, are going to be doing more damage right here. Urshifu has been brought to the field. Again, every single turn, a lot is happening, Whammy.
It's honestly, every turn is like, wowzers. What else can they really be throwing at us to show just how close these matches really are? It's really impressive, and to see the Urshifu making an appearance here, it couldn't be timed more perfectly. Being able to see the I'd like to mention it's a Mystic Water Urshifu, not a Choice Scarf Urshifu. Really important, because under Trick Room, it's not wasting all of that time locking into a move and being trapped into it. No, this Urshifu, it can go for like a close combat into the Amoonguss after taking something significant, and then going for something like Protect, or yeah. Basically, what we're looking for here is for Dan to be timing out the Trick Rooms, maybe even going for just a safe Protect and Trick Room, just in the case you can get that off. But it would be a very risky play, unlikely to get pulled off in such a situation.
Hey, you never know. Our Pokemon trainers that we've seen so far in UKITT have been absolutely insane. So watching what happens here is going to be crazy. We're going to see the Terrestrialization, Water onto the Urshifu, Psychic Noise going into the Amoonguss, finally taking the knockout and getting rid of that Mushroom, Ice Beam hitting into the Urshifu. Do we get frozen? No, we do not. So the Surgeon Strike is going to come in, deal 23, 22. Will this be enough for a knockout? And it is.
God, it
3
does.
critical hits in a row from Dan right there. That is some crazy luck, as that Kyogre has been taken clean out with one turn of Trick Room left, and a Zacian and a rival Urshifu now hitting the board on Tom's side of the field.
That was such a crucial turn in this situation. Now, the Urshifu on Dan's side is the slower Urshifu, because Tom's side Urshifu does have the Choice Scarf. So this one turn is going to make a huge deal as to who ends up winning in the end here. What I would expect here would maybe be a helping hand into the Urshifu, Surging Strikes into the Zacian, just get rid of that Zacian. So now all you've got is an Urshifu versus your own Urshifu, your own Farigiraf, and then finally, look, the Miraidon. It's safe. I believe it's. Is the Miraidon still at full health?
I believe it was. I think it just got a naughty little Volt Switch and then hid away in the back in favour of that Incineroar coming out. So we will see if you do have the future sight, as the Aura Guardian Lucario does. Psychic Noise coming out into the Urshifu. No more Healies for you. And there is only 2 hits needed from that Urshifu to knock out that Zacian. Surging Strikes hitting back in return, dealing really respectable damage, considering this is a Choice Scarf variant of Urshifu. Trick Room will now be ending, so leaving Tom's Urshifu as the fastest thing on the field, but facing down Dan's Urshifu, Dan's Farigiraf, and the Miraidon in back. Is the writing on the wall? Has Dan let us down and not brought Rayquaza to a 2-set game. I don't know. Do you want to play it out and see what happens here, Whammy?
I've got a feeling we know. I think we both know what's about to happen here. It's a very unfortunate sight to see, but yeah, I've got a feeling that this Urshifu, whilst it may have, look, it doesn't have the same level as the power of friendship that Dan's team's got on its side.
No, so what you're saying is the nickname scheme has in fact put it over.
That's exactly it, yeah.
So
unfortunately, you just need to run nicknames. It's the new meta.
That was a fantastic set from both trainers there, both really, really highlighting the strengths of their teams and wacky team building skills. Dan, I think I see you in chat there. He says, sorry, Ray fans. He gets scared by Zacians. So there you go. If there was no Zacian on board, then Dan definitely would have brought the Rayquaza for us, 100%. But yeah,
okay,
again.
So really, we just need to rematch this week and just get a different going. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Yeah, I'll reshuffle it. It's fine. Yeah, I've got the power to do that.
We'll just cast it now, right?
Yeah,
we've already done the match.
Yeah, stunning sound. Right, so well done to both trainers there. Dan claiming the victory for the Pormont Paramedics, and commiserations to Tom there for the Twin Leaf Typhlosions. I can spell. A really, really, honestly fun set to watch. There was so much happening in that game. In fact, in all of those games, the positioning was just perfect, and some really, really key moves and interactions was able to sway this in favor of Dan, it turns out, through that game. So yeah, well done to both. Cannot stress enough. I'm sweating watching that, and it's not because of the weather. It's because of the rain in the game, in real life. That was a really, really tense set of games, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. So yeah, well done to both trainers there.
Yeah, I am so glad that I was not either of those players, because I don't think I've got kind of nerves of steel or nerves of terror in this situation.
Terror steel?
Yeah, because the whole holding up the terrors.
Yeah.
We'll go with that one. Why not?
Yeah,
Why not?
It'll float.
Let's just move on to the final set. Why not?
Oh, final set, you say? Let's have a nosy then.
Player
1.
Amrit.
We have Amrit. So one of our managers of this season, notably going 8-2 versus Liam last season, undefeated in win-and-ins. I believe that's a callback to when Liam had a fun fact that just said, I got on stream before Amrit. Could be misremembering that, and Liam could have called somebody else out, but regardless, I love the beef.
That was Liam.
Yeah, I thought as much. The beef transcends weeks of UKITT, and that's the competition we'd like to see, as long as nobody starts shouting, because I will cry. And speaking of crying, we're seeing a return of my favourite Pokemon here, Ogerpon Wellspring, with that teary mask. One of my favourite Pokemon in the format Regulation F. So we're going for a little bit of a wild card to finish out these first 3 games of this set. What do you think of this team, Whammy?
So firstly, I just want to talk about the regulation itself is the most exciting thing to me, because Regulation F is actually when I began my VGC.
Oh, okay.
Game. So, in fact, this team uses 5 of the same Pokemon that I used in my very first team. So, very familiar. And I believe Reg F was actually when I first met Amrit and played him at Orpington, in fact, using a team very similar to this. So, yeah. I don't think I used King Gambit at the time, because King Gambit, as cool as he is, I think he scared me a bit too much in terms of being a bit too risky with the quad fighting weakness. However, the team itself looks relatively, relatively normal. It's fairly normal for the Regulation F stuff. It's fun to see the return of the Throat Spray Hyper Voice on Farigiraf. It's a shame we've not been seeing that more since Regulation F. Originally, I believe that was originally popularized by Wolfie.
Oh, I mean, you could say anything was popularized by Wolfglick, and there would be somebody that goes, actually, Wolfglick did it in this video. I can't lie, I'm not a diehard fan, so I couldn't tell you exactly, but I will say this is a really, really fun team. I do want to just highlight one little thing that I really, really love. Do you see that naughty little Landorus with that move Imprison there?
Yes, so I have a specific story for this Landorus.
Oh no, please go ahead.
Because when I talk about my match against Amrit at Orpington in Regulation F, I was running a Landorus. I know Amrit's Landorus here. This was the Landorus where he used Imprison on me and managed to win the speed tie. and I had to forfeit the game because of the imprison stopping my Landris from doing anything for the rest of the game. And yeah, that was a pain, but it was great fun.
Gosh, right. So I'm sensing a little bit of trauma here and a little bit of fear behind the desk. So we will move straight on and take a look at Amrit's opponent for this week. And we have Harriet, somebody whose brain will be absolutely matching their Pokemon play potential, having a PhD in neuroscience, yet still managing to set your own lab on fire. That's impressive. If you can message me and tell me what's wrong with me, that would be incredible. However, we're going to look at this incredible team. Now, this is something that people would commonly refer to as a 2-2-2 team. And the way it's been set out is in that, talking horizontally, 2-2 and 2. Very common Pokemon combinations, which lead to a very, very aggressive style of both team building and gameplay. But also, the turn 0 game that's involved with teams like this is absolutely incredible. You have to really, really plan appropriately to see, oh, I didn't update any of the moves on this one. Lol. So the moves, unfortunately, are not updated on this one. That can be changed for future reference. My bad. So
I didn't remember.
No, yeah, that's
Dragonite using Woodhammer at all.
Yeah, well, you see, it's a really, really unique form of acrobatics Dondozo. So the Pokemon that are in play, we have the Dondozo and Tatsugiri, a very common and powerful team combination. They are used to essentially stall out a board. You'll play very, very slowly, very carefully, and very preservatively, notably having the droopy form of Tatsugiri. So your order ups will give you plus defense, ensuring that your Dondozo is able to tank all of these really powerful physical attacks. We then have Glamora, my personal favorite Pokemon, which has the ability Toxic Debris. You hit it with a physical attack and it will drop a layer of toxic spikes. Hit it twice and it will do even more. Then finally, Powknight. Now, I'm sure everybody in chat will be able to see and know Powknight, the combination of Pokemon which strikes fear into everybody's souls.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Powknight, it's a staple. It's effectively what started and then turned eventually into the whole Zamazenta Chien-Pao combo that we saw so often during Reg G, and now see less so, but still very much exists in Regulation Ice. It's a long running composition that we see evolve throughout the regulations. Yeah, seeing the Sacred Sword, Ice Spinner, Throat Chop, no Sucker Punch, but that's because I believe at this time in Regulation F, the only Pokemon that really was threatened significantly by Sucker Punch was Fluttermane. However, whilst you've got your own Fluttermane, maybe you're not as concerned because, in theory, a booster speed Fluttermane, probably max speed, can just speed tie it, go for that Shadow Ball, go for the Moonblast, just deal with it.
So it's a very, very dangerous team to be facing against. And as I say, the turn 0 is arguably the most important turn for anybody who's facing against a team like this. This team takes so much skill to be able to appropriately prepare for, but it puts so much pressure on your opponents from before you even begun clicking moves. If you bring the wrong Pokemon, if you've not got a Pokemon that can deal with that Dondozo and Tatsugiri that can deal with that Powknight combination, then you're really going to have a bad time. So let's move on from this not properly filled out team sheet and let's have a look at the actual game itself. What do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. I really want to find out what some of these Pokemon can do, both literally and figuratively, I guess.
Out, we're going to be seeing the Glamora and the Fluttermane coming out for Harriet, whilst we have the Kingambit and the Incineroar, so immediately lowering the physical attack of the Pokemon on Harriet's board. But unfortunately, there are 2 special attackers out right now, so that is not the most impactful.
Yeah, so this is a really scary turn actually for both Pokemon on, I believe, on Harriet's side, simply because the Glamora is threatening an Earth Power into both slots. The Kingambit, in theory, could want to just go for a Sword Stance, power up that way, and then go for a Castle-Cleave. But like, there's also the Fluttermane that's threatening a Taunt into it right now, and whilst usually it'd be immune to like a Prankster Taunt, the Fluttermane, it can just go straight for a Taunt into it, despite the fact it's a Dark type.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing a very safe play for on turn one. We're going to be getting a nice spiky shield coming out from the Glimora. We're not going to let any damage go through. The fake out hitting would have actually procced one layer of spikes, hurting the Incineroar as a repercussion of going into that spiky shield. Taunt hitting into that King Gambit. Very, very important, as we're not going to be allowing even the potential of any setup with that sword stance. So Kotal Cleave absolutely one-hit knockouting that Fluttermane. The poor thing did not stand a chance right there. So that was a devastating one-hit knockout right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of scary effectiveness that King Gambit can bring. The idea of just being able to click one button and see possibly one of the strongest non-restricted Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet just disappear is incredible. However, now we've got the Dondozo out, it's really interesting to see, will this King Gambit be trying to go for those sword stances so that it can negate the likely defense boost that Dondozo is desperately wanting to get in once this Glimora has set up its spikes. Because just because don't forget that the main strategy around this is you set up the spikes, you get the poisons, and then you end up just sitting your Dondozo in front of them and waiting until you've won the game.
Yeah, so it's a very, very fun game to be playing right now. Rillaboom actually hitting the board to immediately put pressure onto that Dondozo, because nothing hurts a water type like a grassy terrain boosted Wood Hammer. Incineroar is actually going for the terrestrialization, going for a Terra Ghost right there, likely not wanting to take maximum damage from a Glimora. So a very, very smart defensive play from Amrit coming out. Dondozo actually going for a Protect here, allowing Glimora to really, really cause some havoc right now. Mortal Spin hitting the field, damaging both Pokemon. And what's this secondary effect of Mortal Spin? We have one poison on the Incineroar, and what's that I hear you say? We have another one. Fantastic. Both of Amrit's Pokemon now poisoned. Parting Shot hitting into the Dondozo, and we say, none of that. No stat drops for me, thank you.
However, the really important thing here is that with the grassy terrain on the Rillaboom, it does negate this. However, this does rely on the Rillaboom being able to somehow keep this grassy terrain going for the rest of the game, just to really give you as much time as possible. The main problem, though, is the Dondozo here really wants to get the Tatsugiri in now and start using its order ups to really stat boost. I can't recall which kind of stat boost it gains from the Commander Tatsugiri.
So the Tatsugiri is the droopy version, so the order ups will give an increase in physical defense, which is actually quite well positioned for Harriet there. As if you count up the left hand side, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 Pokemon on Amrit's side of the field, which are actually physical attackers. So this Dondozo and Tatsugiri combination is very, very well positioned to be able to deal with a lot of Amrit's Pokemon. So the choice of Pokemon that were brought along is actually very, very optimal here. Fake Out, knocking into that Dondozo. We're not going to give you any chances to start merging. That, oh my gosh, that was a lot of damage coming out into that Rillaboom right there. Like you say, if we can get rid of their recovery, Dondozo are just going to be able to reign free. So removing the Rillaboom as quickly as possible is really, really nice right there.
Yeah, I will say though, the Terra Grass in that situation was very brave when you're facing an Incineroar and you don't have your commander boosts yet. Especially because the Flare Blitz would have potentially done a lot of damage, and then it even risks burning you. So it'll be interesting to see how Harry adapts to not being able to use a Terra in a defensive situation later on, like in this situation where you may be wanting to Terra away from the Terra into a neutral, into a resistance to the Earth Power, to now having a weakness to the Sludge Bomb.
So there's a really, really interesting board position right here, and a very interesting interaction that's going on. So Amrit has 2 lines of play that he has to read into, and again, that's why Harriet is playing this team and playing it so, so well. There's a lot of pressure on Amrit to get this turn right specifically, because there are 2 targets on the board. If Tatsugiri gets switched in place of the Glimora, then Tatsugiri will go into Dondozo's mouth and becomes untargetable, whilst if they decide not to bring anything else in, then the Glimora is left available to be hit. So as we're seeing right now, playing a lot more passively and getting these spikes set up essentially, Harriet's allowed the Glamora to get knocked out. And you might think initially, oh no, that's not good. But when you think about what that means, there is one layer of toxic spikes now set up for Harriet, which is perfect for trying to stall out this team. But then secondly, there is a free switch into Tatsugiri. Tatsugiri being unhurt as it now jumps into the mouth of the Dondozo, giving it +2 to every single stat. So this Dondozo has turned into an absolute raid boss of a Pokemon, which is terrifying to face down. Having Pokemon that have moves that either hit through boosts or remove boosts like Haze and Clear Smog weren't as common. So Harriet is in a very, very good position, having spikes present and your boosts up with a full health board. It's quite scary to be facing down as Amrit right here.
One thing I will say in this situation, though, is because the Glamora is now being KO'd, there's no more Mortal Spins that are coming out. This Landorus, it isn't poisoned, and it's a flying type, so it can't get affected by the toxic spikes because it's not actually touching the ground. So the poison chip that you would normally be expecting to be relying on to a degree with the Dondozo strategy isn't actually available. When you've got this terror that's giving you a weakness to the sludge bombs that it's inevitably going to be throwing at you, you can quite safely be throwing out, say, your Incineroars to weaken the Dondozo, so it's becoming less threatening as the games go on. You can potentially bring in your King Gambit as well, because the steel typing on that also gives it immunity to the poisons.
So I believe the terrestrializations on Amrit's side of the board, the only Pokemon that will resist, naturally, is Kingambit, and then terrestrialized is going to be the Landorus. So this is going to become a very, very crucial game, playing around those Pokemon, which are not going to get whittled down quite as quickly, potentially capitalizing. I think I did. I think
we're going to see the funny in prison. Oh, I'm excited for that.
So, well, that's just it. It's anti-stall, and that's exactly, I believe, what you said has caught you out, saying, no, you don't get to protect anymore. Put so much pressure on Harriet now, so Amrit really trying to flip the scales back in his favor.
Oh, yeah, and here we go. So now this will mean that the Dondozo can't rely on any sort of self-sustaining anymore, from like you alternating between its protects and so on to slow down the game. It just has to go for attacks every turn. As we've seen, it's got the Wave Crash, which is only going to harm it further. It's going to take a Flare Blitz in this turn, I expect, because that's going to do double damage. The Landorus can just go into it every turn now. It's in a really dangerous spot. It's entirely going to be down to just how it's trained, I suspect, and whether whatever's left afterwards is able to just be KO'd by the Tatsugiri that will be left remaining with the Choice Scarf, so it's still very quick.
Not only quick, Tatsugiri itself is actually carrying a Muddy Water as well, which is a pain in every Pokemon trainer's side. So we did see the Protect come out from the Landorus not want to take a hit, but Dondozo actually reading into that quite well and going for a quite effective, if you're asking my opinion, order up there, increasing the physical defense further. It's very key that even though you are very physically defensive, there is a Pokemon on Amrit's side of the field that has Sword Stance, which will quickly be able to outweigh the damage numbers dealt by increasing your own defense. Sword Stance just means that you'll be able to deal more and more damage. So Harriet playing very, very cautiously. Amrit actually switching in the Rillaboom, which then immediately gets knocked out by that poison, which is devastating to see because you want to be able to keep that fake out pressure up, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. However, now with those order ups increasing the defense, it means that, the Landorus is really going to be the only thing that actually threatens. Once this Landorus is gone, you're probably in a really safe position to just keep going with the body presses and the order ups and the protects to just cycle through and really bulk yourself up. So really, right now, all Dondozo needs to worry about is just go for that Wave Crash, get the KO, and then just try and build itself up again to being this unstoppable raid boss, effectively, as everyone referred to it back then.
I mean, you look at the damage numbers being dealt here. That Sludge Bomb dealing nearly 50%, and Dondozo unable to make a move right there. Yes, you're going to get some Jurassic Terrain, and what's that? Having a munch down on an apple, even a red boss gets hungry, basically restoring about 15 to 20% HP on that turn. So yes, Dondozo took a lot of damage, but this Pokemon just ain't fainting, it's a problem for a reason. So again, I can't stress enough how even though Harriet isn't able to protect and properly stall out like she may well want to, being forced to play aggressive is still really, really dangerous for Amrit because of the amount of power that Dondozo is able to exert. These devastating attacks, which can potentially hit super effective into the Landorus, it does mean that there is a lot to be scared of. If one Wave Crash gets targeted correctly, suddenly these special attacking Pokemon aren't going to be a worry for Harriet anymore. So the damage really needs to be positioned correctly from both trainers to ensure you're able to get to your end game like effectively, really.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect in this situation, bearing in mind that Amrit still has all four Pokemon remaining. Yeah, we're going to see the Sludge Bomb. Is it going to get the poison? It does not. The Wave Crash coming in. However, it's coming into the Incineroar. That's not going to be progressing the board state quite in the way that Harriet may want. Because, yeah, it's not getting rid of that main problem being the Landorus. However, unfortunately, that Flare Blitz then comes out and knocks out the Dondozo, leaving just that singular Tatsugiri all by its lonesome sushi self.
Now, I know what you say about sushi. You love it, you hate it, but one bit of fish is enough to give a single person food poisoning, and there's a lot of poison being spread about on this board right here. Tatsugiri, equipped with its moves like Muddy Water and its Choice Scarf, will likely land up being the fastest Pokemon present in the game after everything else that's remaining. Being able to hit big moves like a Muddy Water hits A, both of Amrit's Pokemon, and B, increases has a chance to make Amrit's moves miss, which is, I mean, I'm sure we all know evasion is a pain. Moves missing is always going to be a pain. So we are going to see Wasabi locking into a Muddy Water, able to hit both targets, hitting into the Incineroar here, taking a very clean finishing knockout. Trunks has been knocked out, coming in from the future in your time capsule. Unfortunately, Capsule Corp hasn't run the calcs for a Muddy Water. So we are going to be seeing Tatsugiri facing down a King Gambit and a Landorus right here. Will the little Tatsugiri be able to do all they can to finish out this game?
So here we go. We're going to be seeing, the double attack lock in, the very safe way to just end it from this position, especially when you know the Protect isn't available on the Landorus reliably. We're going to be seeing Caterpillar Cleave. The accuracy drop would normally be important, but this is awful because Caterpillar Cleave, it does not miss, and it doesn't, and you get the Defiance boost. Not like it's necessary into this Tatsugiri with only a tiny bit of its health left.
Wow, so that was a very, very key end game. As if any attacks would have missed because of that Muddy Water, that game suddenly would have been very, very different and potentially would have been a further swing towards Harriet's favour. So despite everything that happened there, that was still an incredibly close set between the two trainers there. So talk to me, Whammy. Adjustments. Do you think Dozagiri was the right call, or do you reckon maybe see a little bit of Pow-Night on the go and see what fun, funky, fresh times that will bring for Amrit in the next set?
Funky fresh times. I could see the Pow-Night coming out being very effective into here. Whilst the poison strategy from the Glamora is very effective, after what we've seen there with the amount that Amrit's team's actually able to quite easily ignore that strategy, I am starting to think maybe that's not the right way to go. As we know, the 2-2 strat, I would expect, the Pow-Night probably will be maybe the Dondozo Tatsugiri in the front instead. That's actually would be a really interesting way to see if there is the fairly common lead. I believe Amrit led with the King Gambit and Incineroar in the first game. So again, if you brought the Dondozo there, threatening the body press into the King Gambit would be really big. I'd be really interested to see if the Pow-Night comes along instead of the Glamora.
I mean, it hurts my heart to say Pow-Night terrifies me. As a Chi-Yu fan, those two Pokemon rip through my favourites, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing from, hopefully, one of these games, Harriet is going to pull out all of the stops to ensure that she is able to take the win for her team. So we will cut straight over to game number 2, and we'll see what these players end up bringing.
So we are going to see an interesting adaptation to the 2-2-2 of the Glamora and the Dragonite on Harriet's side, whilst the return of the Incineroar and King Gambit on Amrit's side. Offering the fake out here, not into Dragonite, with the inner focus both being immune to Intimidate and to being flinched from the fake outs.
So we're already in a really, really curious position here. It feels like Harriet's adjustment has been really, really efficient here in trying to essentially make Incineroar's role a little bit mute. Usually wanting to pressure with fake out, but you don't really want to be hitting this Glamora with any physical attacks. But similarly, you can't just let it sit on the board and get these mortal spins off. So Harriet's adjustment here has actually been very, very strong, ensuring that you're able to deal massive amounts of damage on that Dragonite while still setting up some poison. I mean, this just sounds like a Dozagiri dream waiting in the back, right?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, yeah, this would be great. However, the main thing here is that I'm not convinced that the Mortal Spin is necessarily the choice that would be taken here. I would really be expecting the Earth Power again to be coming out. No, I am happy to be proven wrong, because that was an incredible way of getting that poison onto the King Gambit, despite because of the Terror, making it actually now be possible to be hit by the Mortal Spin.
Yeah, so if you look at the move choices from Harriet here, that's actually a very, very nicely positioned pin, either forcing King Gambit to take super effective damage from a Stomping Tantrum, which would deal considerable amounts of damage, potentially threatening a one-hit knockout, or forcing the Terrestrialization through to allow Glamora to get off that attack Mortal Spin, forcing it to be existing in a plane of existence whilst it is poisoned, effectively putting a timer onto the King Gambit here. So yes, King Gambit has Terrestrialized and used a massive Kowtow Cleave into the Dragonite, which will deal a large amount of damage. Notably, it is not multi-scale Dragonite, so we are not having any damage reduction from this turn right now. It is just going to be raw damage hitting into this bulky Dragon-type Pokemon, but we are not going to forget that with Rillaboom hitting the board, we now have fake out pressure where needed. We have priority pressure in the Grassy Glide. So there is still a lot that can be happening, but this feels like a much more favored game towards Harriet, really, really playing to her own team's strengths and forcing Amrit to make maybe decisions that he wouldn't want to make to try and avoid hitting physically that Glamora. As again, we've seen 3 Pokemon on Amrit's board and 3 Pokemon that are physical attackers. If you set those spikes up, then you're just putting your own timer onto the field. So Harriet can almost, with no issue, play slightly more defensive right now and still be rewarded with large amounts of damage.
Yeah, well, I mean, here comes the Sucker Punch going into the Dragonite, which unfortunately, due to the damage from the Kowtow Cleave previously, brought it safely within range. Now, also the Sludge Bomb, as we saw previously, is able to be survived by the Rillaboom, which can happily return with a very powerful Wood Hammer. Whilst yes, it does bring out the toxic debris, it does also bring the Glamora down to its Focus Sash. Well, actually, no, it did not. It didn't trigger, did it?
I completely missed that animation. If it did, then fair. And if it didn't, then that just goes to show the level of training that Harriet has put into her Pokemon, ensuring that a grass-boosted Wood Hammer from a Rillaboom is not going to knock out your Pokemon. I mean, Glamora isn't exactly a particularly physically strong Pokemon, so Harriet's training must have been very, very efficient to allow for that to not get knocked out or not get forced down to its Focus Sash, should I say.
Yeah, oh, and here we go. We see the Dondozo making an appearance. So now this is where we're going to be going, okay, it's probably a Tatsugiri in the back. Here's where the mind games are of, do you go for the... Do you ever want to click the Glamora slot because you know it could just at any moment turn to a Tatsugiri, which cannot be targeted with any attacks? Or do you just start going into the Dondozo, which is probably going to want to protect? You're then going to be wanting, you're then going to be expecting Glamora to be potentially getting off a free attack if you make the wrong guess here. However, with Amrit having quite a safe lead right now, having gotten such a vital piece off by KOing that Dragonite, it'll be really interesting to see. It looks like this is the way that Harriet has decided to approach this mid game, with the Dondozo finally showing its full command, its full power, with the Tatsugiri commanding it to get a double Omni boost.
Yes, and Omni Boost it shall. So Harriet taking a very, very different speed of play compared to last game. Last game, Harriet was focusing more on protecting and stalling out with the Dondozo, allowing the partner Pokemon to get set up and deal damage in its place. Whilst in this case, Harriet's actually said, you know what? I'm going to power up straight away, which makes me think that Harriet wants to be setting up for some more aggressive plays here. We are going to see a terrestrialization coming out onto the Dondozo, going for a Terra Grass, because we do not want to risk taking another grassy terrain boosted Wood Hammer into any slot. It will be dealing massive damage. So Harriet playing safely, not allowing for that Wood Hammer to hit, even if the Rillaboom had stayed. Sucker Punch going into the Tatsugiri slot, knowing that, oh my gosh, knowing that you are going to be safe from a Sucker Punch. That Body Press dealing ridiculous amounts of damage into that Incineroar, which is known for being physically bulky, and yet it has been ticked down very, very heavily by this poison. The grassy terrain is not able to fully mitigate the amount of damage that is dealt per turn here. So Harriet is in such a commanding position. And again, we need to remember that Glimmora is still present in the back, and there is a layer of toxic spikes. If any new Pokemon are switched in, they will be poisoned, allowing Dondozo to go absolutely ham on Amrit's board right now.
Yeah, and was there an expectation for a fake out in this turn? Because it looks like the Incineroar just disappeared and effectively just went for a Gotten, and instead switched in the Rillaboom again, which does have the poison. It will be taking a chip, but it does mean that Amrit now can relatively safely go for a fake out and Sludge Bomb into the Dondozo on the turn after it's protected.
Yeah, so there is a very, very aggressive series of plays which are potentially about to take place here, and we get a little bit of a cheeky sneak preview here in that Amrit has again gone for that Imprison. Well, I mean, it's okay. I'll hold you once this match is over, but do not fret right now. Imprison may well have just been clicked. So again, Amrit's really putting the pressure on and not allowing Harriet to sit and try and stall out these poison turns anymore. So again, forcing a Dondozo to go on the offensive is both a very calculated risk and a very aggressive play, depending on if you're able to maximize your use of the turns whilst Landorus is still actually on the board. As if Landorus is removed quickly, then the Imprison's not going to be able to do much other than use a turn. Rillaboom key surviving that poison damage tick with no more grassy terrain left right now, so leaving Amrit a little bit wide open.
I would actually say this is potentially completely recoverable here. All you need to do here is use the U-turn on the Rillaboom. This is super effective into the Dondozo, don't forget. You can use that, potentially switch in your Landorus in the back, as we saw. Your Incineroar, as we saw in the back. You'll have a ability to fake out safely after you protect this turn with the Landorus. So the Incineroar will go fake out. You can Sludge Bomb safely. You know they can't protect. They can't even double protect. They can't triple protect. Can't do any of that stuff now. And they cannot survive. Well, one fake out Sludge Bomb, then a second fake out Sludge Bomb because the Rhythm come back in, and then potentially a third because the Landorus is probably still faster than Dondozo.
Yeah, so there's a couple of key things that I've been picking up on through this game, notably Rillaboom, which is a Pokemon that in itself is naturally quite slow, seems to actually act before this double Omni-boosted Dondozo. So the information that would reveal to Amrit would be that this Dondozo is actually a very, very bulky and defensive spread, as opposed to being one that capitalizes on speed, which also lines up with the idea that Harriet's got this Pokemon using the Droopy form of Tatsugiri. This is a very, very bulky Dondozo, like through and through. So by clicking Imprison previously, Amrit's now enabled a guaranteed fake out, as Harriet isn't able to protect. Really, to quote Harriet, who is actually in chat, so hello Harriet, putting her into quite a bind. Imprison is such a tricky move to play around when you lose a move that every single Pokemon can learn in Protect. It's your safest play in every instance. Not being able to do that really forces you into a different state of play. Poison ticking down on the board, say goodbye to Rillaboom, night-night, and bless your cotton socks. We will see you later. So, both trainers looking at their last few Pokemon, Amrit down to 2, Harriet still on 3 as again. We cannot forget about that Glimmora still in the back for Harriet.
This is looking actually surprisingly close. I think what would really make or break the situation in Amrit's case is whether this Sludge Bomb I would say if it could get the poison, but because of the sheer force ability on Landorus boosting its sludge bomb damage, it can't poison in this situation. So we know that 50% damage on the Dondozo is all it can do. The King Gambit, all it needs to do is do a sucker punch, make that tiny bit extra wiggle room into that 50% range, as we see here from the Dondozo, the sludge bomb, probably going to get the pick up. It does not. Incredible.
That is absolutely beautiful.
Health.
Wow. So again, goes to show how bulky Harriet has actually got that Dondozo trained. That was a beautiful level of execution, allowing for that Dondozo to survive on such a small amount of HP, which then gives you the follow-up KO into the King Gambit. This is now a 3 versus 1 position here. Yes, Dondozo may well go down next turn due to that sludge bomb from the Landorus, but that will then leave the Tatsugiri and the Glamora to deal with one singular Landorus. Imprisoned doesn't matter when you're going all-out offense. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Harriet just has to absolutely pump the gas on this game to keep it going and potentially swing this right in the way in her favor to equalize this out at a 1-1 position. This is crazy.
Oh, absolutely. The best part is you don't even need to be doing anything incredibly risky here. You could just do the Icy Wind on the Tatsugiri. You get 4 times effectiveness with that damage, which does end up being quite a bit on the Landorus. And then it's likely to mean that the Glimora now outspeeds the Landorus due to how the Icy Wind speed drop would apply. That would then mean the Glimora could potentially go for a Sludge Bomb. And there we go. What more do you need? You get 2, potentially 3 attacks on the following turn with a second Ice Wind, and you're golden.
I mean, this is an absolutely magnificent turn of play. Wasabi actually opting for the Muddy Water, which does actually get a one-hit knockout onto the Landorus. Beautiful execution. No further thoughts needed whatsoever from Harriet, guaranteeing that giant KO, bringing this set to a game 3. We could not ask for more, trainers.
Honestly.
Wow.
Wowzers. What an incredible game and that turnaround. Absolutely awesome. It's what we want to see in every game. We want these kinds of tiny differences that make the game just feel that extra bit more satisfying, because I expect Amrit was feeling very confident in that situation too. Seeing that sludge bomb, probably getting what we would expect to be like a high roll then, getting that 50% damage on the Dondozo, seeing that sucker punch come in, bringing it back into the 50% or less range, and then having that second sludge bomb just leave a tiny bit. That tells me it's possible the first one was a max roll and the second was near a min roll.
Despite Amrit's absolute best efforts to lock down that Dondozo with its terrestrialization to grass type, unfortunately, it may well have actually been that the Rillaboom's grassy terrain recovery is what would have pushed Dondozo up through the threshold to avoid the knockout that turn. So it was absolutely incredibly executed from both of those trainers right there. But again, can't stress enough that Dondozo is either the love or the bane of every Pokemon trainer's life. And right now, I mean, Harriet's going to be loving life after that clutch knockout avoidance, and Amrit must be thinking, okay, I really do have to deal with this a bit quicker, maybe not presenting the grassy terrain so that we can minimize the amount of healing that Dondozo gets. It's, I mean, boom!
I would be really interested to see how Amrit might try and adapt, because from what we've seen so far, it looks like it doesn't look like there's anything on Amrit's team that would really want to be adapted into what Harriet's brought. Really, I would probably expect Amrit to bring the same 4 and maybe just try and potentially not go for a Terror on... I'm really not sure. I feel like Amrit might want to really go for the same strategy, because realistically, if we're looking at only the rolls being the thing that potentially was the game winner there for Harriet, maybe Amrit's just thinking, I'll take my odds. I'm not going to make any changes. I would suspect we're going to see Amrit go for a 3rd game in a row with the Incineroar and the King Gambit. What I'm excited to see, though, is how does Harriet adjust after seeing these 2 games play out? Are we going to see, again, this Gambit, or sorry, not the Gambit, the Glimora and the Dragonites. Glim Knights,
You know what?
as I'm going to call it.
You ask a very valid question, and I think the team behind the scenes can give you one firm answer of let's jump straight into game 3. Let's see some leads coming out, and we are going to see another adjustment from Harriet, really keeping Amrit on his toes, leading with the Glamora and the Chien Pao this time around, whilst Amrit's also adjusted, bring out the Landorus straight out front, partnered next to the King Gambit. King Gambit being a staple for Amrit's leads here, wanting to make sure that we're able to either swords dance our way up or threaten sucker punches where needed.
This is such an incredibly vital lead by bringing in the Chien Pao with the Sacred Sword. This Chien Pao does have Sacred Sword, so right now it is 4 times effective into King Gambit. As we did just get a sneak peek, the King Gambit is going to protect. However, that doesn't mean that the Chien Pao isn't going to be trying to go for the other slot with the Ice Spinner that's also threatening into the Landorus. So right now, this Chien Pao is effectively a KO sentence to whatever is on the opposing side.
But we can't forget, we have the absolute judge, jury, and executioner in Chien Pao, but we also have the absolute nightmare Pokemon that is Glamora. Now, based on the previous turns that Harriet's been playing, I'm expecting to see something like a Mortal Spin coming out from this Glamora, really, really capitalizing on the fact that we are going to be poisoning your whole team, and I will be chipping you down and then stalling you out. And here we see it perfectly. Harriet knows exactly what she wants to do, being a newer trainer and having not actually competed in any events in this format, playing exceptionally well, knowing the team, knowing what she is wanting to do, and understanding her own lines of play are very, very key in such an important game of Pokemon VGC. New formats are always terrifying, but revisiting an old format when you're a newer trainer is very, very difficult to do. And yet you wouldn't have even known that Harriet was new with such expertise that's being shown here. So Chien Pao still able to emit ridiculous amounts of pressure onto Amrit's side of the field, and that Glamora is just going to keep poisoning and keep taking hits from all these physical Pokemon that Amrit keeps presenting her with. It's such a well-positioned Pokemon, and the leads from both trainers have been very, very aggressive towards their own progression of the board. Usually passiver teams, they'll play slow, they'll go for setups, but these trainers are not letting the gas ease up. We are playing for maximum power straight out of the gate. So we are seeing a switch out. Rillaboom now hitting the board, bringing in that grassy terrain, which may well have been crucial in the last match. We'll see what impact this does have here.
The Sacred Sword coming into the King Gambit, going straight in for that KO. This is exactly what Harriet wanted, was to bring the Glamora, bring the Chien Pao. This is the perfect 2 to be threatening Amrit's team with, because as we've seen, the Glamora, it's super effective into the Incineroar and into the Rillaboom. The Chien Pao, it's super effective into the King Gambit and the Landorus Incarnate. This is effectively forcing Amrit to have to use a Terra, probably on the Landorus, but at the very right time, because the Landorus has got the Terra Steel. So it would still be weak to the Earth Power. It's the perfect combination of these 2 types offensively into Amrit. And I'm really excited to see how Amrit's able to dance around this very threatening offense.
Yes, so we are seeing, as you called, that steel terrestrialization onto the Landorus. It is key for the survival of this Landorus to be able to survive any oncoming hits. Chien Pao opting for a safe protect, not wanting to risk taking a grassy glide. Earth Power hitting into the Glamora, actually bringing it down to its focus sash right here, which is really, really important, as next turn grassy glides will further threaten the Glamora. Mortal Spin coming out, poisoning the Rillaboom, but unfortunately not able to get the poison off onto the Landorus due to its now immunity to poison type moves. It's fine, we don't worry. Woodhammer is going to hit into that protected Chien Pao. We now know a little bit about where Amrit is wanted to take this, knowing that this Glamora has been such a pain in his side through previous games. Remove it from the field as quickly as possible is so key to Amrit maintaining control over this entire game here.
Yeah, another thing you may not have spotted there, but the Chien Pao is now back up to full HP thanks to the grassy terrain, which means it's now back to being able to use... Oh, no, it doesn't have a focus sash. At this time,
it does not.
It doesn't have a focus sash, which is because it's on the Glamora, which makes sense, but it's something that's not very intuitive to people who maybe have played with a lot of Chen Pao in the past, where that did historically used to be a thing. It was only a more recent adaptation, I believe, to the Life Orb. Being able to see the Glimmora brought down to its focus sash, though, is really interesting because we know that the Glimmora does not outspeed the Landorus. Doesn't matter what the Landorus clicks now into that slot. If it hits the Glimmora, it's a huge amount of progress. It's effectively a case of, does the Glimmora and the Chen Pao both focus into this Landorus slot to try and get rid of the only truly scary attack remaining on Amrit's side?
Well, we are going to have to see how that plays out after a Sacred Sword hits into the newly switched in Incineroar, whilst it's going to itself take a devastatingly powerful Earth Power, taking an up onto Portal Chompers. Kitty Cat go for a catnap as you're going to put back into your Pokeball. Harriet going for a Mortal Spin, trying to get the poison off onto the Pokemon, which they thought would be switching in, potentially trying to take out the Rillaboom, but the Rillaboom did make a switch out on that turn, so dealing consistent damage towards the partner Pokemon of Landorus, but unfortunately, Landorus hasn't quite taken enough damage to put it in range of a knockout yet, so a very, very vital turn for, honestly, both trainers, as Harriet now actually gets a free switch into the one, the only, the Don. Now, the targeting from Amrit is going to be very, very crucial here, to a point when I couldn't even see what was locked in because he locked in that quickly. It's the ever-flowing game of, am I targeting where the Tatsugiri might be, or am I attacking into the Dondozo here? It's the game that nobody likes to play, but everybody has to play it, and it's a terrifying thought knowing which way things are going to go. Ignore that, internet lag, and that's totally fine. The game is still going to be continuing. If streams dropped, really sorry. Glimmora going for a Spiky Shield, playing safe for now.
Whilst I would expect, whilst I will say the Glimmora being around does mean you've got that extra offensive threat with the Earth Power. Right now, it's actually more hindering than helping, because what we want now is Tatsugiri to come in, give that Dondozo the defense boost, and then go for the body press onto the Landorus, and then bring it down. The Incineroar continuing to get poisoned down lower is really impactful, because when Amrit's only got 3 Pokemon left, the Incineroar being on such low health with this timer ticking away does mean the once he's down to 2, fake outs after that turn will no longer be an option, because there's no ability to switch out, no ability to get that burst turn after switching in anymore.
Yes, and I feel like the fake outs on Amrit's side of the field are very, very key to ensuring a safe imprison usage against this Dondozo, so that you can then force the Dondozo player to play more rush than they normally would. So Harriet is positioning quite nicely here, setting up the Dondozo and Tatsugiri combination together to increase power here. However, it's really important to see what Amrit's doing, and we are actually seeing the Incineroar leaving the field once again, an eternally flowing revolving door between Incineroar and Rillaboom, both presenting a lot of intimidate pressure and fake out pressure. Earth Power hitting into the Dondozo, not doing a massive amount of damage. Body press going into the Rillaboom, actually dealing a good percentage of damage right here, if I may be so forward as to say. Dondozo is able to always put on a lot of pressure, and this continued grassy terrain is really going to be hindering Amrit as we work our way through the mid game towards the final turns of this set.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see, because in this situation, previous games, we've seen the fake out, we've seen the imprison. It's kind of the trick we've seen Amrit do all 3 games now. I believe we just saw him lock into that again. So again, dismantling Dondozo by shutting down its ability to protect, allowing you to then go all in on it. I do believe the Terror has not been committed yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I expect that the Terror will probably be committed, not this turn, but likely the following turn, unless there's a plan to preserve it, maybe for the Tatsugiri, but it would be a bold strategy.
Yeah, well, I mean, bold strategies are what you need at this point in time. You've played 2 games against your opponent already. You've picked up on some habits that they may well have whilst playing the game. So you've got to take risks. You've got to go strong with it. And we are seeing the safe fake out into the Dondozo, followed by the Imprison. Again, a common strategy used by Amrit in the previous 2 games, but unfortunately, Harriet has chosen not to go for a protect here in favor of allowing a future protect to actually take effect, as if protecting on this turn. Yes, you prevent the fake out damage, but then you're leaving yourself available to be damaged on the next turn. So Harriet making some quite important plays here to ensure the survival and longevity of her Dondozo. Whilst it's important to note, both the Incineroar and the Rillaboom are actually poisoned, so they will be slowly ticking down regardless. U-turn and Sludge Bomb hitting into the Dondozo, taking it down to around 30 to 40%. It's dealing a good amount of damage right here. Incineroar will be coming in to say hello, as all Incineroars do, but it's not quite Incineroar's turn yet, as Dondozo will now make its devastatingly powerful move.
Will it do the body press into the Landorus? It did not, unfortunately, which means now the next turn will be the last turn of Fake Out, which actually sounds like a fine situation for Harriet, because in this position, she cannot use her protects to block it anyway. So her Dondozo is effectively a sitting fiche for the rest of the game. Into this situation, not having the ability to outspeed the Landorus. Will be really interesting to see if the Tatsugiri and the very low health Glamora have what it takes to close out the game for this Dondozo, as it's unfortunately it's going to have to go down this turn. There's really not much else to it.
No, there's not, and the poor fish will not swim again, taking a very, very big knockout against Harriet's side of the board there. Dondozo does finally go down after 100 million turns of being the raid boss of the century. Woodhammer's then going to smack and crack straight into that Tatsugiri, actually taking a massive one-hit knockout there. Well done. That Rillaboom has dealt crazy damage, but has unfortunately knocked itself out in the process here. Curious George, curious no longer. Time for a sleep in the jungle as Incineroar comes back out for potentially what could be some of the final turns. Fake out pressure always present, but
there was no Incineroar because it was body pressed in an earlier turn.
Gosh, so you're correct.
Here we go. This is it. It's the Earth Power into the unfortunately slower Glamora, and I think everyone here knows it's a Spike Shield, of course. Okay. I see how it is. Come on.
Hey, no. You've got to play to your outs, and clicking Spiky Shield is A, fun, and B, in case you can stall out any sort of PP, as some Pokemon trainers don't actually PP up their moves, and since Landorus has been on the board for quite a long time, there could be a chance that Amrit may well stall out a PP of things like Earth Power, which would then allow Sludge Bombs to be hitting into the Glamora. So you've always got to play to your outs. I'm never a person to surrender. So. I'll always see it through.
You always see it through. However, I will be very impressed if this Glamora can see it through to the end. I've got this feeling I've got this feeling that unfortunately, the Spiky Shield, the 1 in 3 chance has not paid off. The Earth Power comes in, and it is night to that whatever it is, that rock thing. I'm not actually sure. The Geode
creature. It's a critter. It's like a little. You know what I mean?
It's a little fella. That's what it is. It's a little fella.
Yeah. I mean, we love our little fellas here, but
absolutely.
I mean, wow. Could we have asked for a better best of 3 to finish off our games casting together today, Whammy?
Oh, it was an excellent game. Really fun being able to see how close that whole set was. Really, it's really a shame that Landorus, of all of the opportunities, did not get body pressed once. It was quite surprising how brave Amrit had to be, while having that Terra Steel Landorus sitting in front of a +2 Dondozo for such a long period of time.
Well, that's just it.
Congratulations to Amrit for winning that set. Very well deserved. And I hope to see incredible games like that for the rest of UKITT.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was just so much to break down. And again, we do have both trainers of that game actually in chat. And Harriet's pointed out something very, very important. The reason that Harriet was clicking Spiky Shield is actually because that's all she could click, the Imprison, actually messing up the attacking moves of that Glamora. Because Mortal Spin was completely immunized by the Terra Steel. So actually, that was, again, we pointed out at the start, we pointed it out through. that Imprison was devastating, and Amrit's conditioning of Harriet through games 1 and 2 led to potentially Harriet not targeting the Landorus due to in games 1 and 2 it'd be an Imprison, then a Protect, then an Attack, and then Protect. So really mixing up your own rhythm to throw off your opponent's dance. That's how you make people kind of have missteps like that. So yeah, obviously with hindsight, we would have wanted to see that body press go into the Landorus, but there's so many layers up here, and there's a reason that I'm sat in this box and not on stream there playing, because wow, the mental fortitude all three of those games would have taken were absolutely incredible. Again, can't mirror what you said enough, Whammy. Congratulations to Amrit on that, and commiserations to Harriet. But like, wow, if you guys bring even half of the energy and passion to your future games that you did to today's set, good luck to your opponents is all I will say. But that will actually wrap up mine and your games together, Whammy.
Yeah, it's been an amazing time. Thanks so much for having me. It's sad that this is got to be it, but yeah, thank you so much for having me, Rich. It's been a great time, and all I can say is I cannot wait to continue to represent the Castle Royale Lakers in the remainder of the games for the season. I'm hoping I can be mentioned, or at least brought up on stream for a 5th time. No.
I don't want it anymore.
A great time. What was it? Week 4? Was it?
I think so. But yeah, I'm sure there will be many more appearances from many more trainers on stream. But for now, we are going to cut to a break. So grab yourselves drinks, go for a wee, grab a bite to eat. We'll be back in 5-10 minutes with another set of 3 games, joined by 2 more beautiful faces. So trainers, don't go anywhere, and it's a goodbye from us.
Transitioning and live.
And we're back here with the second half of some pretty epic matches that we've had tonight here at the UKITT stream this afternoon. It's a lovely Sunday evening. Still too hot in it, Sam. I mean, it's
way too warm. Yeah.
I've got the PC going on in here, and that's all I can think about right now. But anyway, moving on from that, of course, I'm Ben, joined here by Sam. We're going to be taking you through the last three matches that we've got for this week. And Sam, how you doing? Those matches, pretty cool, right?
They were honestly just watching all of them. I mean, especially that last set was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, so back and forth. Just showing the power of Dondozo as well, especially in the first few games. Oh my god, that fish really can be mountains sometimes. No, it's been incredible. Like every week so far, it has been just really fun to watch. Just game after game, set after set, everything has been just so exciting. Of course, we got so many on the way as well.
Yeah, it's one of those fun things, isn't it? Because we get to feature so many different players doing so many different team compositions. We've also got our wild cards formats each week as well. Spoilers, we were talking about a little wild card that we've got coming up. Mum's the word. We'll just not just yet. We'll keep things in regulation set I for a little bit, but we got 3 great games. 3 trainers that we get to, or 3 sets of trainers that we get to feature here in UKITT playing against each other. And, well, do you know what, Sam? I think we should take it away, shouldn't we?
I think we should just jump right into it. Of course, we are going to be starting off with a lovely Regulation I match today. So we're going to move on and see exactly what kind of team we are going to be working with. It's all exciting, obviously, Regulation I, the current format that is on everyone's mind. Of course, going to be the feature of the World Championships coming up as well.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of the one that everyone is looking at. Everyone's still concocting some ideas. Some people even using kind of UKITT to devise some ideas potentially for the World Championships as well.
Quite a lot of our players, actually. There's a good chunk of our players here that have qualified for the World Championships this year. Certainly a few managers as well. And yeah, I think with three weeks roughly to go.
Good. I mean, we are approaching August very quickly.
It's coming quick. I think this is definitely a great way to do a little bit of practice, as you say, and see what's flowing. But of course, it's also these team leagues. You've got to make sure that you're playing the team that kind of works against what your opponent might be bringing. You got to change your team every week, because if you keep using it, well, unless your name's Taron Birdie, if you in team leagues, you use the same team every week, it doesn't necessarily always work out for you. But hey.
You know what? He's got a plan in mind. You know, he's using what
win.
Works for him.
That's his plan. It doesn't get more complicated than that. But it's not Taron that we've got on stream this week. I think let's see our first couple of players here, see what they're going to be running up this week.
So we have got our first match up today. We've got Brandon of the Glimwood Guard Chomps. We've got that Kyogre. We've got an Earthboom Backstop. We've got the Canny we've got Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Tornado. So kind of sort of a fairly standard team. Don't see kind of Kyogre too often these days, but still such a present threat always within any kind of meta where he is allowed. And certainly one you have to be aware of constantly. This fish can truly do a lot of damage, especially when paired with someone like Kyogre's Ice to counter your biggest threat in the form of Miraidon. So it's going to be very interesting to see kind of if we do see like a Trick Room option coming out from Brandon here, or if it's going to be played standard.
Well, I think that's a really good point, as well as the fact that it's got Thunder, which I really like to see with a Calyrex Ice Rider. The fact that you're not doubling up on that Ice type coverage. You've got, arguably another restricted in Urshifu when it's in the rain.
Yeah.
And also to top it off, I ran this week, Focus Sash Tornadus, a really nice adaptation to the current format. Just make sure that you get your Tailwind up. If a Miraidon Volt switches off you, that's fine. Your Tornadus is still surviving to the next turn. Maybe you can get that Rain Dance turn too, and a nice way to get around Pokemon like Koraidon, which could give some of this team a little bit of a problem.
Exactly that. I mean, it'd be really interesting to kind of see if the tech comes out. But of course, we have got an opponent for Brandon here. Moving on to the next team up. We have got Jammy. Ben, why don't you take us through this? Oh, if my microphone or anything has worked.
Okay, let's see.
Go.
Let's see. Okay, we had a little bit of audio going on here. Let me just see if I can just change something right here. There we go.
Listen,
right.
It would be
Hopefully,
a UKITT with an occasional technical problem. Yeah,
you know what?
Bear with us.
we're doing what we can here. We're
Yes.
doing what we can. I'll tell you what, Sam. Take it away for a few seconds.
I shall take us away then. I'll lead the charge with this one. So we have got Jammy Dodger here coming out with probably the most insane picture we've had on a UKITT stream. Yeah, I absolutely. There's a lot going on with that one. But we've got the Calyrex Ice. We've got the Londonus. Apparently he's British now. Landorus even. We've got Kyogre, the Grimmsnarl, the Urshifu, and then of course the Ogerpon with that Cobblestone mask. Again, so we're actually seeing a bit of a mirror match going on here. If you haven't noticed, we've got Calyrex Ice and Kyogre facing off against each other. Who would have expected this, Ben?
I'm not sure. It definitely wasn't me. It doesn't seem to have been you either. So you know, maybe someone in chat might have a better idea. But hey, you know what? We keep going, and I think this is going to be quite an interesting matchup. I mean, yes, you've got the 3 restricted Pokemon that are the same across both teams in terms of their species, at least. But then you've got another 3 Pokemon, the Landorus, Grimmsnarl, and Cornerstone Ogerpon in this case, that are doing something that little bit different. And those different things, the support that these restricted Pokemon have, is so crucial in the way that they play. In one case, you've got Tornadus to make things go fast, and the other case, you've got Grimmsnarl to make stuff go slow. Yes. So yeah, it's definitely a different approach. I'm looking forward to seeing how our players can navigate those different scenarios.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, and even looking at sort of the Kyogre, obviously on Brandon's side, we've got that Thunder on there. While obviously on Jammy Dodge's side, we've got the Hydro Pump instead. So even just like little changes like that is really interesting to see kind of how they will flesh out in the match.
I like the call out there, actually. Triple water, Mystic Water Kyogre. And I especially like that because, well, if you're going to boost up the power of water type moves, you might as well lean into it on some level. Just, yep, I'm gonna either do lots of damage and always hit with Water Spout, or I need to hit 2 things at once, hopefully with Origin Pulse, or I need to hit 1 thing at once, hopefully with Hydro Pump. So yeah, I really like this from Jammy.
And it does make me laugh as well, because obviously the biggest complaint always with Kyogre is that this fish does never want to hit his move. And normally that's why people drop Origin Pulse, you know, and they see like Water Spout. But in Jammy Dodge's case, you know what, let's just double down. Why not? Let's have the Origin Pulse and the Hydro Pump. 100%. And, right. You know, failing that, you've got another 2 water moves on Urshifu. So I think, Sam, at some point in this match, we're getting wet. Yeah, I think we are. That's what I'm gathering. We are heading to the water park. But here we go. So we're going to go into game 1 then, which is going to lead the charge for us. So, of course, we'll see what our leads are going to be from both Brandon and Jamie. All right. So, kicking things off, wet number 1, wet number 2 versus a very dry lead for Jammy. The Calyrex and Ogerpon versus Kyogre and Urshifu. I think what is like interesting already immediately, Ben, is of course the one thing like looking at both teams going straight into this match is that setting up the weather is not really a factor here. Both sides have that ability to set the rain for each other. So it's already interesting to kind of see actually the differences in what both Brandon and Jamie decided to do with their opening leads. We've got obviously on Brandon's side, the Kyogre immediately coming out, while actually Jamie had kind of opted to have the Kyogre potentially, if it's even there, in the back. Yeah. And actually this, especially since this Urshifu isn't carrying a choice scarf on Brandon's side, the Ogerpon is putting in a lot of work here for Jamie. I think it's a nice way to start things off. You know that you're facing some form of either Calyrex, Kyogre, Urshifu, maybe even Tornadus in the lead,
bring the rock grass type to put some immediate pressure on, maybe try to go down a trick room route because your opponent is bringing a tailwind based team that wants to go that little bit faster on average. And then you can play with the speeds depending on what you see. And if you see something that, actually, do you know what? There's a Kyogre here that's a Terra Grass. I can Power Whip and Glacier Lance it, and I know that one of my attacks will be super effective, as long as that Power Whip connects, of course.
Absolutely. So there we go. We're going to go into our first turn to see exactly what the plays will be. Of course, that Urshifu immediately recognizing a bit of a threat in the form of that Oakborn actually does not want to take any sort of grass type moves. But actually, the Kyogre also opting for it. You know, Brandon saying that he wasn't sure exactly who that Oakborn would go for, so just wants to scout it out. And I mean, a double protect always is just a safe play. You obviously are burning through your your guaranteed protect that turn. It could fail again if you went for it next time. But at least you'll scout out exactly what your opponent wants to do. And that is quite useful.
I think it is, but equally, that Calyrex could have been going for a Trick Room. The Ogerpon could have switched out into maybe the Urshifu. And the game state could have changed on that double protect. I don't think it's particularly likely, but it's worth calling out there that, in some cases, this can be kind of risky. I think Brandon's sort of cottoned on to the type of team archetype that Jammy's running, where it can go a bit slower, but it doesn't always want to, and so playing on the defensive is fairly okay in this spot. Now, though, I think the big thing is you can't protect over and over again, so there's got to be some sort of switch Terra defensive play on Brandon's side, because overall Jammy is providing a lot more offensive pressure than Brandon right now, at least with that Ogerpon.
Exactly. I mean, the Ogerpon really is just kind of sitting there. We'll have to see what it's going for in this next turn here, because I'm quite excited to see exactly how Brandon does respond to this. But the Urshifu is actually going to go for the Aqua Jet, just do a little bit of damage. Okay, we can see the Power Whip comes out, but a big miss is going to prevent it. And of course, the Ultra Ball comes out, and the critical hit into the Ogerpon, and suddenly this massive threat is completely eliminated, Ben.
Wow, I think there's a few things going on there, right? Not only the Power Whip miss, pretty influential, but Brandon sort of playing around that a little bit, saying, I'm going to break the sturdy with Aqua Jet before I attack with the Kyogre. Fairly confident that maybe the Kyogre wasn't the target that Jammy was going for, and therefore not going for the Trustalization on the Kyogre. But then the Calyrex being able to get the Leech Seed on, with Jammy almost calling that there wasn't going to be a Terra on the Kyogre, and therefore you were going to be able to get the Leech Seed off before it turned into a Terra Grass. Such cool plays there coming out from both of our trainers. It really does speak to the level that these two trainers are playing at. That they're calling the first level and the second level predictions there all at once.
No, I mean, you're just 100% correct, because, of course, the Terra Grass was always an option there, but obviously, staring in the face of Calyrex Ice, you wouldn't consider it. And Jammy Dodger just knowing that, going for that Leech Seed, now puts Kyogre on that timer or forces it to switch, is really good knowledge for Jammy Dodger, can now make plays based on that. And, of course, even just looking at the current game state, obviously, this Kyogre has now come in, and it's interesting to think that this Calyrex is kind of just going to sit there for a little bit. There is not a whole lot of offensive pressure from either Kyogre or Urshifu that really could be mounted on too much.
Do you know what? I mean, normally that would be the case, but I think the Thunder is the big thing on Brandon's side that can put some pressure on the Kyogre. But actually, when the Kyogre is only doing wet things to the two Water-type Pokemon on Brandon's side, I wouldn't be surprised to see the focus of an attack here into the Calyrex, try to knock it out, and carve a little bit of extra momentum while you get the benefit of your Urshifu dodging out of the way of that Power Whip. Let's put it to good use if you're Brandon, I think. Let's see how that plays out.
Okay, we are going to see that switch, as we talked about. Of course, just getting rid of that Leech Seed and not going to put the Kyogre too low down, obviously. But the big Terra there, the Terra Grass, and the Terra Water from both sides.
So strong.
And that's going to go straight into that Calyrex. And I mean, good grief, Ben, the damage that is done is monumental, especially on the other side of Jam Dodger, as the Origin Pulse comes out, takes out the Incineroar, leaving that Calyrex to set up a Trick Room as well.
Oh, but now Brandon's got the great end of the stick here, bringing that Calyrex in
Yes.
while Jammy set up the Trick Room. And under normal circumstances, I think that Kyogre on Jammy's side would be sitting pretty comfortable with the position there, thinking that maybe Brandon was going for those slightly faster Pokemon, but the Calyrex coming in here really does change things up now that the Kyogre has gone for a Terra Grass. Not only that, after all that damage that the Surging Strikes did to the Calyrex, well, we know that there's an Aqua Jet waiting in the wings there from the Urshifu, so Brandon in a very, very dominating position. You can see what Jammy's going for, right? You can see that they're trying to switch things up, get the Calyrex into a position where it can really dish out some offensive capabilities. Yeah, a low HP Calyrex can still win a game of Pokemon, but I think Brandon's got just the tools he needs in this situation to put him on the front foot.
Yeah, this is really just swung around immediately. Like the Trick Room very much going against Jammy here, who, as you say, is kind of just in a tricky position, especially with that Kyogre and the Terra Grass. So we'll have to see, as this next turn plays out, exactly what the answer is going to be. Going to immediately see that Protect coming out to Kyogre, which of course does make sense. And of course, as you talked about then, the Aqua Jet into that Calyrex just going to go down. Obviously, the Glacial Lance into the Kyogre. Makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. That Aqua Jet also masquerading as a Surging Strikes there, getting a critical hit just for good measure.
Just
if
to really do it.
If Urshifu wasn't broken enough, right?
I mean, that's our third restricted right there.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got a fourth one on the field here. Urshifu coming in here for Jammy being the last Pokemon at the disposal. I'm wondering if there is a world where, we see this sort of reverse. Urshifu tries to knock out the Calyrex play in this scenario here, but unfortunately for Jammy, this Urshifu on his side is in fact a Focus Sash variant instead of being a Splash Play or Mystic Water variant. So it's not even likely that Calyrex is even going to go down to a Surging Strike, even in the rain here.
This is the thing, it's obviously, I was so surprised when I saw how much damage that Brandon's Urshifu did to Calyrex, but then you had to remember, that Splash Plate was there. It was in the rain. This is doing a lot of damage. And of course, I think even the sort of the Terra Water, well, that's doing so much. And Jammy doesn't have any of that. Obviously, it has the rain, but that's about it, really. So this is definitely not going to be doing too much. And of course, that Kyogre is still sitting in such a tough position.
Yeah.
They're definitely fearing those Glacial Lances coming out.
There is a world, though. We'll have to see how this comes out, because it's likely a Glacial Lance coming out. Can this Kyogre take that attack? Aqua Jet goes into Urshifu. Kyogre taking this is really huge here, getting the Origin Pulse off. Critical hit on the Urshifu, but didn't matter whatsoever. The Surging Strikes, the follow-up. This is turning Brandon looking like they're in the strongest position here, but Jammy just changing up this game so much. Kyogre now versus two opponents, and do you know what? Kyogre can hit two targets at once, but this is getting real close now.
This is suddenly, I mean, we were almost like, we were getting close to the point where I was thinking, okay, I think this might actually just be, game one going towards Brandon. Now I'm not sure, Ben. This is a very, very interesting situation we've seen ahead of us. As you say, we've got the double target, ability from Kyogre here. You can go for those Origin Pulses if it wants to, but equally not going to be doing overly too much. Meanwhile, obviously, you can never count out Urshifu. You can never count out imposing Kyogres. And this is really, really interesting today. And I'm actually just very curious to see if we could go into the next turn and exactly what's going to happen here.
All right, Protect coming out from the Kyogre, trying to stall out that Trick Room. Urshifu following suit. I like this play from Jammy. You're compounding win conditions here. Both the Origin Pulse can miss, and the double Protects in this next turn can get you outside of Trick Room. Although it says on the screen 2 turns of Trick Room left, that is now going to be the turn where it's the last turn of Trick Room before the speed orders reverse themselves back to normal. I suppose the question is, which of the Kyogres are actually going to be going first here, because a single target Origin Pulse from Jammy's Kyogre might take the Water Spout from Brandon's Kyogre out of range of being able to knock out the Kyogre. Unlikely the Urshifu being a focus sash. I'm just trying to, like, there's quite a lot of scenarios that we don't actually know the exact stats of going on here that could really make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it's so interesting, well, because of course, you know, even sometimes we'd be able to guess based on the other restricted or kind of how the teams are formed. But in this case, obviously, both sides had a Calyrex Ice, which both had a Trick Room as well. So
Yeah.
there is argument that both these Kyogres could be made just as slow as they can go to benefit the most from the Trick Room. And then the question still remains, who's going to go first? What's going to happen?
Yeah.
Is this Origin Pulse going to be enough?
Shall we see? All right,
we are going to see
Aquajet,
Aquajet,
first.
yes.
First port call. Nice. Oh, okay. Origin Pulse coming out. Oh, the Urshifu! The Urshifu dodges!
And you know what? I feel like we almost summoned that into existence then, right in the very beginning. We did say, you know, but what if Origin Pulse missed though? And unfortunately it did. But it did hit one target, and it did take down that target. So now we are just looking exactly at a Urshifu versus a Kyogre. With no
and
Trick Room.
with exactly, with no more Trick Room left. And I mean, even if there was one turn of Trick Room, the Urshifu could protect itself this turn to get its way out of Trick Room. Of course, Kyogre cannot protect itself, and that Urshifu is carrying a close combat as well. No chance that this Kyogre will be able to survive it. Here it is, close combat coming in and knocking that Kyogre for 6. And just like that, Jammy takes a game where it's not looking all like smiles and rainbows and finds a win.
This is the thing. I mean, you can just never truly count out anyone in these matches. I mean, Pokemon, it can be sometimes a very unforgiving game. And we saw that at the start. Obviously, you know, Brandon kind of getting that incredible beginning with the taking down the Ogerpon, obviously the Ogerpon missing. But then right at the end, of course, you know, the Kyogre missing the pretty important Origin Pulse onto the Urshifu, which then sealed the deal.
Yeah, it's those times, and maybe there was an opportunity there to use Water Spout instead of Origin Pulse, but after the Aquajet and the Origin Pulse damage, I think the Origin Pulse was the right call there.
Yeah.
And you know, you definitely got to give props to both the players to getting to that tight of an end game, where it does come down to those 85% accurate moves. And let's be fair, Origin Pulse hit a few marks in that game. It missed one. Turned out that one was important, but another one earlier could have been important as well. So, you know, it's just a little bit of how the game flows. And I think both trainers will be pretty happy that they put Origin Pulse on their sets either way.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, it truly, I mean, for both players, I mean, it really did just come down to the sort of most minute of plays. You know, so one misplay on either end could have sealed the deal at any point. So you're going into game 2, both of them going to be definitely sort of keeping in mind exactly how quickly things can just, you know, 180. So I have to see exactly kind of how both trainers will change it up.
All right. Let's see. We're getting into game 2 here. Same lead coming out for Brandon, and a little bit of a switch up. So no Ogerpon coming out for Jammy in the leads. Instead, wanting to change up the strategy a little bit, maybe try to utilize the Thunder Wave on the Grimmsnarl, maybe even just have a light screen, use that to be able to allow the Calyrex to take that little bit of extra damage. But do you know what? I'm feeling that Brandon, again, getting the early game advantage here, just being able to double down, and with these two really offensive Pokemon in Kyogre and Urshifu, and just put a lot of damage on Jammy's side of the field.
I mean, yeah, what's the best way to kind of start a match where the whole idea of it is to take down your opponent? Just full offense. And that's exactly, as you say, got Brandon out here with just that in mind. You know, again, we really have to speak volumes about how much damage Urshifu can do in the rain with that splash play. We saw it last time, just exactly how it was just able to drain Calyrex's health right down and then put it in a position where the Applejack could take it down. And I think this is what Jammy has kept in mind now with that Grimmsnarl coming out. It's going to be, able to set up a few screens. Maybe not tons of screens. We'll have to see as we go into turn 1. But we'll have to see exactly kind of if it's going to set up that light screen. It does go for it. Of course, not going to stop Urshifu's damage, though.
Okay, so no terror coming out from this Urshifu. The Calyrex hangs on with just that little bit more, but the light screen, not enough to protect that Calyrex from being KO'd there on turn 1. Grimmsnarl also taking a little bit of a chunk of damage as well, bringing it down to pretty low hit points. And, if the Urshifu wants, an Aquajet would probably knock out the Grimmsnarl before it's able to get any more screens going. And of course, we know that Brandon has got this Thunder on the Kyogre that can just go on the offensive where there's only those water type attacks on Jammy's side. So although it was a little bit uphill for Jammy in game 1, I feel like Brandon's put Jammy in an even more detrimental position right out of the gates here into game 2.
Yeah, it's such a funny one as well, because you see that light screen go up and immediately your thought is, okay, right, this is like a Kyogre behind a light screen. That is scary. But because obviously the threat of now that Aquajet going into the Grimmsnarl before it can set up a Reflect, it means you're not going to be stopping the physical attacks coming up from them as Urshifu. And that is equally just as scary to deal with. And of course, these Kyogre, as we saw, Ben, I mean, even when a light screen goes up, it can do so much damage with something like a water spout, especially at full health.
And when you can't actually stop it, or get a spirit break off and lower the special attack and do a little bit of damage as well, really, really hard to be able to deal with it for Jammy in this situation. Let's see how this is going to play out here. Urshifu going on the defensive, not wanting to take a Thunder Wave, calling the target perfectly there on Brandon's side, getting the Origin Pulse, softening up that Kyogre, lowering the damage of the Water Spout in return. But now it's 4-2, and that's definitely not a position that you want to find yourself in.
Yes, I mean, what a play to call out the Thunder Wave as well, not even expecting Jammy to go for that Reflect to stop the Urshifu, and just instead going for that Protect means your Urshifu is still as healthy as it could be. Meanwhile, obviously, you know that your own Kyogre can, take down this Grimmsnarl with the Water Spout or an Orange Pulse, whichever, and obviously, kind of still mean that your offensive pressure is still there all the time. And yes, you're able to do a little bit of damage. On Jammy's side, it's able to do a little bit of damage to Kyogre, but you've still got these two very, very powerful threats on the field to look at. And of course, we're just looking at a mirror now. We've got a Kyogre and an Urshifu and a Kyogre and an Urshifu.
4 restricted yet again.
All restricted, yes.
And I think one of the key components here is the Kyogre on Brandon's side being faster than the Urshifu on Jammy's side. But it does carry the Focus Sash, so you can't just go for a Thunder to be able to knock it out this turn. You have to commit either an Aquajet or something else. And I think the question here is, what is the key target that Jammy has to be trying to knock out as fast as possible this turn round with the Urshifu? There is still a Terra intact, so both of these Urshifus can go Terra Water and dish out a great deal of damage in this spot. I think for Jammy, it's a case of can you try to knock out that Kyogre before it knocks out something else with a Thunder? That's one of the key questions I've got right now.
That's exactly it. Let's go into this next turn here. We are going to see a close combat come out from the Urshifu. Going to smack into that Kyogre. Meanwhile, we're just going to... You know what? We saw one Urshifu do it. We'll just do it again. But it's actually a Thunder coming out. The tech that we saw on Brandon's side is going to go straight into the opposing Kyogre on Jammy's side. And that is going to feint it, take it down. And that fish is no more. We've just got one left.
Only one left. And only one Pokemon on Jammy's side of the field as well, with a defense and special defense drop. Not that really makes too much of a difference to this Focus Sash Urshifu. But yeah, Brandon's played this so well to get in such a dominating position. I think, credit to Jammy doing their best, getting that close combat onto the Kyogre to try to knock it out and make a little bit of headway. But I think, it's one of those situations where just that early game pressure that Brandon put on created this position. And I think Jamie will be thinking long and hard about that between, I think after taking that first water spout turn 1 until the end of this game.
Exactly that. I mean, we are going to dive into the next turn here, where just, of course, the Aquajet is going to go into Kyogre. That feels like the safe option for Jam to do. Meanwhile, Surging Strikes, I mean, all this damage is coming out. It does not matter about a single Focus Sash as Brandon takes down that opposing Urshifu and takes game 2 in this set.
This is what we like. Going to game 3, making it tight, making it all to play for here. And of course, both of these trainers want to make it for their team, get that win going, give their team the best chance of not only winning the week, but we're getting close to those playoffs, and game difference can matter just as much as anything else here. Everything really is on the line for these trainers, and I think Brandon did such a great job both games round getting into a good position. Jamie managed to bring it back at the end game of game 1, but wasn't able to at the end of game 2. And I think, I've got a feeling, Sal, I don't know if you feel the same, we're going to see that adaptation coming in from Jamie yet again, just to not fall foul of that such an offensive lead coming out from Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to jump into this game 3, Ben. I mean, not only has this set just been incredible from start to finish so far, with, as you say, I mean, so many close plays, it truly could go either direction now. But I'm most excited to see actually kind of how Jamie will respond, because, I mean, we saw the Grimmsnarl come out in that game too, but it didn't really feel like it was able to do too much. And actually, funny enough, actually, after game 1, I was thinking to myself, okay, maybe the Grimmsnarl is the answer here. Maybe having a bit of bulk, to kind of help out Jamie would actually be really, really useful, and actually just maybe put on enough of a wall that it could just stop Brandon and seal up the set here and then. But instead, Brandon kind of answered that and just immediately stepped on the gas, and just took that out without it being able to do anything. So I think Jamie will be having to really consider, is this Grimmsnarl worth it? Do you maybe want to keep the Ogerpon and bring it back, or do we maybe try out something different?
Well, maybe Ogerpon's punishment for missing that Power Whip game 1 is to sit on the bench for a game.
Yes, yeah.
Now it's going to be back, and it's going to have thought about what it's done. Maybe this time, if the Ogerpon returns, maybe its Power Whips will hit its mark. I don't know. Let's have a see. What's going to be in the leads here?
Okay, well, we've already seen a little bit of a change up here, although we didn't exactly get to see much from Brandon's team in game 2. But the Incineroar is actually out. So we're, at the very least, Ben, we are seeing a change up in the leads from Brandon's side, with Incineroar immediately showing its face rather than the Urshifu. Meanwhile, Ogerpon has been promoted back onto the team. It is no longer on the bench and is instead joining its good friend Calyrex on the lead here of Jamie's side. And I think, honestly, this is the best kind of play that Jamie can go for. I mean, this Ogerpon, as we talk about in game 1, can really just dish out so much just inherent pressure with all his grass-type moves. I mean, that Kyogre is definitely going to be fearing it a little bit.
It is, but I think Brandon's adapted to that game 3 very, very well, seeing that it could be coming, seeing that after game 1 and then game 2 going so well, thinking, hang on a second, right, Ogerpon's probably going to be coming back here. My Urshifu is under some direct pressure. What can I do? Well, actually, if I get an Intimidate onto it, maybe my Ogerpon can start to think about living the combination of Power Whip and the Glacier Lance from this Calyrex, especially those Leech Seed variants that don't tend to be as offensively orientated, and try to take advantage that way, knock out the Urshifu a little bit earlier. That paves the way for the Urshifu in the back to be able to operate really effectively. And also taking advantage of the fact that Jamie hasn't yet led the Kyogre in any of the games, instead leading the Calyrex. So, yeah, really like the switch up from Brandon. But, yeah, there's still a lot of pressure on Jamie's side.
There's a lot to consider as we go into the first turn here. And we're actually going to see an immediate Terra Grass onto this Kyogre. The Ultra is going to hit into Calyrex, do a huge amount of damage.
Oh, the Wisp!
Meanwhile, the Incineroar actually going for that Will-O-Wisp, just neutering the Calyrex's offensive pressure.
what a call here, going for that, and also being able to Terra Grass and avoid the Leech Seed, which is definitely a very difficult call to make in that game. You can argue that maybe you don't need to go for the Terra if you just go for Fake Out onto the Ogerpon that turn, but actually just saying, well, I think my opponent's going to play defensively against the threat of Fake Out. What advantage can I take from that? Really has worked in Brandon's favor here. You can see what Jammy's going for, but I think Brandon, just in these early games, Brandon's just been able to make those reads so consistently in the early game, and I think Jammy's end game could be where this whole thing flips again on its head.
I mean, it's just constantly with Pokemon and VGC in general, is that you always have to consider your lines towards the end game, as you're talking about. You've got to consider every option that could come out. And it feels like Brandon has looked at it. Most trainers would kind of think about, okay, I don't really want to go for a Terra Grass because I'm staring down a Calyrex Ice with Glacial Lance. I don't want to be hit by that if I'm going to be, a Terra Grass Kyogre. So Brandon has just instead gone, okay, wait, what if I just lowered its offensive pressure? What if we go for a burn and hit that? And now suddenly this Calyrex, this horse, is not quite as scary anymore.
It's perfectly articulated there, because that is the name of how you need to play these games. And there's no point going for a follow me if you've got the spread pressure of a Kyogre in front of you as well. So I think Jammy's been forced with this really nice lead here from Brandon into a very difficult spot. Tries to make a call, hasn't quite got the better end of it, but there's many more turns left to go in this game, I'm sure. Let's see exactly how this goes, because an Ivy Control comes in. Oh, it doesn't get the critical hit here.
Yeah, good grief. I mean, the damage, it is done onto that Incineroar, but it's just not enough. And of course, the Ultra Impulse just putting, obviously, both the Calyrex down as we expected, but also bring the Ogerpon down to that sturdy, which of course Incineroar can just immediately just give it a good old slap on the face and knock that Pokemon out. And now again, we are looking at a 4-2 situation here, with the Landorus actually making its first appearance on Jammy's side. So we're seeing a little bit of a change up there, where Urshifu is just no more. Like, we're just not seeing that Pokemon. Of course, the Kyogre is back out for Jammy's side as well. And as we've seen constantly throughout this set, you can't count this fish out yet.
I don't dislike this Landorus, though.
No, I don't. I think this is a interesting option that I don't think Brandon would have considered, actually.
Especially since the Landorus is a Terra Water and will be able to naturally then resist the Aqua Jets if the Urshifu is in the back, and be able to get Sandsear Storms off and be able to take a Surging Strikes. Not just that, the ability for a Sludge Bomb to come out into this now Terra Grass Kyogre, and a combination of that and a Water Spout may be enough to pick up a double KO here. And if Brandon decides not to switch and tries to go on the defensive. Now, yeah, I think this does require a little bit of repositioning, but as far as a mid game goes, although Brandon's again got that early 2 Pokemon advantage, Jammy's hitting back here with some offensive pressure of their own.
Yeah, just the fact that we're seeing like these slightly different plays coming out from Jammy's side is already interesting enough. And as you say, I feel like the Terra Water is just near guaranteed on this Landorus. It's certainly a very, very interesting Pokemon to see out. Of course, even things have like Sandsear Storm being able to hit both targets is an option as well. So it'd be really interesting actually as we do go into the turn here. We won't leave you hanging too long. Of course, the Terra Water does come out of the Landorus. The Sludge Bomb, the critical hit then into the Kyogre is going to hit.
They'll do it.
The Ultra Impulse into Landorus, and suddenly it was a 4-2. No longer, it's a 2-2 situation.
Yeah, and this Urshifu does not have a Focus Sash to help it take those attacks. Landorus is one of those really powerful Pokemon that even with a neutral attack would be able to knock out a Urshifu in one. But the question is, does it need to, being Terra Water? Are all eyes focusing down on this Calyrex to and try to knock that out as quickly as possible. Get an Origin Pulse in, a Sandsear Storm going. The Urshifu and the Calyrex would have to take those sustained blows. In fact, looking at the end game, the Calyrex may not be able to even put enough pressure on to be able to knock out this Landorus and the Kyogre before getting knocked out by the speedier Kyogre, or likely speedier Kyogre on Jammy's side. So again, we're seeing this position, really strong early game from Brandon. Jammy bringing it back, making this close, making this contentious, making this a fight.
This is such an interesting game to look at, but we're going to just we're having some fun Twitch issues here. But I mean, just again, Ben, looking at the board state line, I mean, even things like the sort of the Sandsear Storm, of course, that having sort of the perfect accuracy in the rain is such an interesting option for Jammy to consider as well, because that's a hard hitting move. And can certainly, I mean, being able to hit both these targets, we've just got spread damage for days here from both this Kyogre and a Landorus. So we truly could see a very, very offensive turn from both sides. I feel like they're just going to go gung-ho at each other.
Yeah, like see who's left standing at the end.
Yeah, quite literally.
Yeah, it's like it's not a case of who can draw their weapon the fastest. It's which one carries the bigger bonk to it.
Yeah, that is quite literally it. And so, I mean, it's a really interesting turn that we're going to be seeing playing out. I believe we are going to go into it soon as Twitch sorts itself out. Anyway, we love that.
Yeah, I mean, we really do. Good old Twitch coming to the rescue here in this sort of game. We're at the end of a match. We're at the end of game 3. Of course,
we're keeping
we'll have a little uphill battle.
Everyone. We're keeping you on
yeah, absolutely. Well, you and I on tenterhooks. If there's ads going on, we're not watching them. But
exactly,
hey,
we're just staring at a screen right now.
you know what? I would prefer that, to be honest, and I'm glad to be doing it with you, Sam. Let's see. Hopefully, we're back in by now. We can see how this match, who has the bigger bonks going on.
Okay, so we are going to go into this turn here. It is going to be a Surging Strikes into that Landorus, and even with the Terra Water, still going to be doing a huge amount of damage. But what I'm interested in is that Sandsear Storm. No Focus Sash to save that Urshifu, and certainly nothing to save the Origin Pulse into the Calyrex, and it is Jammy Dodger who takes game 3 with just the greatest Landorus threat that we've ever seen. Obviously, like, to go that so far bottle down, and then to immediately bounce back. I mean, absolutely incredible. Yeah. Wow, I need to turn my light on. I look like I'm in darkness. I'm Batman right now.
You're casting from the void. It's fine.
I really am. I'll be back in a second. Yap away from
Well, Kyogre probably turned the lights off at the same time. I think that's probably what happened. Anyway, what a end to that match though, and I think it's just absolutely the story of it. Yeah, you can try and take an early game advantage, and you want to do that as much as possible to put yourself on the front foot, to give yourself the most advantage. But there is that concept in the video game: when do you take KOs? And sometimes it can come back to bite you. Yeah. Not only that, Jammy with the switch up there, not only bringing the Ogerpon back in game 3, but also adapting to the Landorus instead of bringing the Urshifu, knowing that the extra damage that it can do against the opposing Urshifu, I think would put them a little bit on the front foot. The combination with that and the Kyogre can deal with a Calyrex that's probably not going to go into Trick Room. And the Terra Water as well. I mean, you've got to try and deal with the mirror as much as you can. That's definitely a way to do it. I just got to give it to Jammy to making those big switch ups in game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, it was so interesting as well to actually see that Landorus, because you look at the initial team pace and you think, not really sure this Landorus has a place here. Especially being weak to water, and you're facing against a fellow, and of course being very weak to ice. You don't really want to fight Kyogre or Calyrex, and that's exactly what you're facing. But I mean, Terastallization, it is, of course, the mechanic of Gen 9, and you've got to always consider it. And it's exactly what Jammy did. Keeping that Terra free until the final moment when it was needed the most. Going for that Terra Watt just meant that Landorus could live. And, of course, taking that win. So, Jammy Dodger, incredible plays. Got to give it up to Brandon as well. I mean, there were so many times about that set where I just thought, Brandon has got such a grasp on this set, and obviously to make it back close in game 3 as well. I mean, you've got to give a round of applause, honestly.
And especially for that game 2. I mean,
yes. Oh goodness.
That game 2 was clean.
Yes.
And it would have to be because we all got a shower, going through that game, didn't we? It was so much wetness coming out in such a commanding fashion. But without further ado, of course, we've got another 2 matches go tonight.
I think we just dive straight into it, Ben. Let's go to our second match. Of course, we're sticking it with Regulation I here. So I'll take you through this one. We've got Incineroar. First of all, we've got Josh coming out for the Los Populos Hermanos. I probably mispronounced that horribly. He does say apologies for how scuffed this stream game will be. Don't worry, Josh, we've got a scuffed stream anyway.
Do you know what? No, I'm. When it happens, I'll tell you. I actually do know the result of this match. This is
interesting.
The match with the Silly Cobra Kais, which I am a player for, versus the Poplios.
Okay. Yes.
And don't worry, Sam. When it happens and you get confused, don't worry, I'll take over. But I won't spoil the result for the moment.
Okay, fine. We're gonna see your best acting from you as well, Ben. As you like, goodness, what will it be? But regardless, I mean, let's go through the teams.
This
first,
team.
as we were saying. We've got the from Josh. We've got the Incineroar. We've got the Rillaboom. We've got Clefairy coming out. Volcarona, the Calyrex Shadow, and the Miraidon as well. And I mean, first things first, Clefairy and Calyrex Shadow is an absolutely heinous combination. These two are a scary duo. I mean, just the fact that Friend Guard exists to kind of give you a little bit more bulk and to help your team out. Helping Hand being there, Encore being there, Follow Me being there. This Clefairy is not going to be laying a single offensive move at you. It literally can't. It can't hit you. But it is there to be very, very annoying. And that is perfect for this Calyrex Shadow, who can set up a nasty plot, can go for some absolutely ridiculous amounts of damage.
It's that combination, isn't it, of being able to set up the Calyrex, set up the Volcarona. You've got the Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Clefairy there to support them, make sure that they can do that as well as possible. And then, well, there's that old bike in the corner that kind of mops things up along the way, gives you that positive momentum with some Volt Switch. Snarls and Struggle Bugs make sure Pokemon like Terrapagos that can be a little bit problematic to be able to damage quickly don't end up stealing the show and getting those Calm Mind boosts off. So there's a lot of really great adaptations in this team to make it a strong composition as a team, as opposed to a big wall of stats that they all have their own place, they all have their own synergies, but they're all there to do their own thing and do it really well. I like this approach to Regulation Set I. I think it's a proof that you can play those games a little bit slower and a bit steadier before taking things on the offensive.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. I mean, and even seeing kind of the Incineroar with moves like Roar as well to kind of just throw out a bit more kind of, hindrances and, kind of and support your own team a little bit by just getting rid of threats is really nice. But of course, let's move on to the opponent here for Josh is Jacob here. So Ben, why don't you take us through it?
Yeah, well, look, Jacob, I've got to give you a shout out. We've been working together this season, and I've been very, very impressed by Jacob as a player. Fairly new into the VG scene, and nice little fun fact here: after missing out on Birmingham Regional TCG as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, going over to the Pokemon TCG, and then going, do you know what? Can't get a ticket for that. Let's try VG. Here they are. Yeah. And you can definitely see that competitive game grasp that Jacob has, even as a newer player to the video game. So big shout outs, Jacob. You're doing great. In terms of their team, Miraidon again. I mean, no surprises there to see lots of Miraidon here on stream with the Zamazenta. Another setup, Quiver-Dance, Volcarona, the Iron Jugulus as well. So taking advantage of the Quark Drive, Chempao and Incineroar just rounding things out. And this team is again another example of taking things maybe a little bit slower on occasion, with the assault vest on the Miraidon, the Quiver Dance getting the Volcarona set up, and the snarl coming out from the Iron Jugulus. But it's also got that ability to hit hard and fast with the Zamazenta. It's got the Chempao, and the, of course, we can't forget about the Miraidon doing lots of damage and being a pivotal part of a lot of teams in trying to knock out your opponent. So again, really like this team composition, and nice to see something a little bit different with our Iron Jugulus coming out.
It's actually really interesting as well. I feel like with both teams, obviously, arguably, kind of Josh is a little bit more kind of the standard of what you'll see. But I feel like we've got interesting sort of texts and different ideas from both our trainers today in this regulation set. And I'm just very, very curious to see kind of how it will all shape up as both these two clash in this UKITT match. Of course, this is a big one. So, I mean, Ben, why don't we jump into it?
I think we should. Let's get into our leads here. Iron Jugulus coming out first. Miraidon with them for Jacob. It's a Miraidon and a Calyrex Shadow Rider coming out for Josh here. And do you know what? I just want to say this right up front. If I get Josh and Jacob mixed up, they both start with J. Sam, if you can correct me if I say it the wrong way round. We'll keep each other on track, I think, through this game.
Funny enough, I literally, before the stream started, I went through all the matches and just made sure, like, I literally put in bold letters, Josh and Jacob.
Yeah. Josh is the perspective that we have for us. Jacob, of course, on the other end. And I think this is a nice start for both of these players. You've got that Choice Scarf Miraidon that's probably able to outspeed the Iron Jugulus. But the Iron Jugulus is outspeeding the Calyrex, certainly, and putting a little bit of pressure on. And if Miraidons attack the opposing slots, then there's the opportunity for Tailwinds to come up from the Iron Jugulus and the restricted Pokemon and Calyrex on Josh's side to be have some pressure put on it by Jacob. So there's a lot of things going on in this turn one, a lot of different directions that it can go in, but one thing's for certain is that we're getting off to a flying start here to our game one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of offensive pressure immediately. We're going to see actually a whole bunch of Terastallization coming out. The Terra Fairy from the Calyrex Shadow and the Terra Electric coming out from the Miraidon. And I mean, good grief. I mean, there's so much going on the screen. It's almost hard to keep track of. But we saw the Bulk Switch go into the Iron Jugulus, Ben. Immediately taking out, just removing that Pokemon before it can even do anything. But of course, then the Miraidon comes out as well and is able to do the Snarl, lower both the offensive pressure mainly of his Calyrex Shadow. Of course, the Fairy's not doing anything. It's just there to, kind of just wave its finger a little bit.
Help out.
Yeah, just help out. Yeah. But of course, I mean, just lowering Calyrex Shadow's special attack even by 1 will really, really help. And even though we did see an early exit for this Iron Jugulus, it does now allow this Zamazenta to come in and sort of just be a bit of a hindrance, especially towards this Clefairy, who will certainly not want to be looking at it right now.
Not at all, and especially with the Calyrex committing the
and of course,
Terra.
Yeah,
I think the nice thing about this Miraidon, at least, is it can change moves on Jacob's side. But I think a pretty safe Volt Switch coming out from Josh on that turn. The Iron Jugulus does not carry Protect, and so there's that using the fact that you've got a Choice Scarf rather than a Choice Specs absolutely to your advantage there. If it wasn't that Choice Scarf, it would have been a totally different turn one. But I think now that Miraidon and Zamazenta have got some real heavy lifting to be doing, at least the Calyrex is at -1, so there's going to have to be a little bit of time before that Calyrex can get set up. But fortunately for Jacob, there is the opportunity to change up your moves with the Assault Vest on the Miraidon rather than a choice item. And that might make these couple of next turns a little bit easier for them to deal with. But if that Clefairy can help the Calyrex get a nasty plot, I think Josh is definitely in the driver's seat.
This is exactly what I'm thinking, Ben. I mean, just the fact that, I mean, obviously, as I said, Clefairy does not want to be taking any kind of moves from this Zamazenta. Doesn't even really want to be taking any moves from this Miraidon, to be honest. It's only a small little Pokemon. Doesn't want to get hit too much. But just the sheer option of being able to go for Follow Me, and potentially absorb both of those hits allowing its teammate in Calyrex Shadow to set up that nasty plot could put Josh in a really favorable position, because yes, you've obviously been able to lower on Jacob's side, you've been able to lower this Calyrex's special attack, but it can just go back up, and that is the scary thing to consider.
Yeah, especially like after it does go up, it's also got the Terra Fairy boosted Draining Kiss to be able to recover those little bits of HP. So if it does take a little bit of damage along the way, then it can whisk itself back up to full health. I'm not sure if that's enough to be able to deal with the Miraidon or the Zamazenta without Clefairy's help, but I think we'll have to see how these next turns play out, what these trainers decide to do, and it's going to be a switch up coming out for Josh. Incineroar coming in. I like this play from him very, very much. Volt Switch bouncing off that Protect Shield, and Incineroar taking the Behemoth Bash. So a really nice clean switch in there for Josh.
Yeah, just lovely safe plays from Josh's side, actually. Expecting, I think like most people assumed that the Behemoth Bash would come out from the Zamazenta. Going into like a fairy slot, I think Jacob just kind of recognizing that actually that Pokemon is a bit of a hindrance and doesn't really want to be dealing with it, especially next to a Calyrex Shadow. So just trying to eliminate it. But on Josh's side, recognizing that play, bringing in the Incineroar, who can obviously neuter the Zamazenta, drop its attack just a teeny bit, and obviously Protect coming out to absorb that Volt Switch. Just, as I say, very nice safe play from Josh's side. And again, Jacob now got to consider, okay, what am I going to do about this Incineroar?
Well, Body Press is definitely one of those answers, and certainly the Miraidon's Electro Drift is going to have a pretty good time into it, especially since it's not carrying a Assault Vest. Instead, the Safety Goggles is the item of choice. So Incineroar could go down to either slot, and I think that could be the opportunity for Jacob to go for here, maybe. But the Incineroar, it's got ways to protect itself, so to speak, with a Fake Out on deck this turn. And if you don't get the opportunity, if you're Jacob, to put some pressure on the Calyrex, Josh can take advantage of that really well, get a nasty plot, get some boosts going, get some Astral Barrage really threatening down Jacob's side of the field, and just keeping the pressure on. You know you've also got that Clefairy in the back, so even if your Incineroar has to get knocked out for the privilege of a nasty plot, I think there's a lot of scenarios where you take that trade and just try to run with it until the end game.
I think it's definitely going to be on Josh's mind that a nasty plot feels like it's going to be needed to just really keep this offensive pressure going. So let's dive into the next turn then and see exactly what Josh is going to be going for. It is the Fake Out into the Miraidon, and of course, actually, it's going to be an Astral Barrage here, and we do see a critical hit. Obviously, going to the Zamazenta, it's the Body Press. It's going to squish right into that Incineroar, who does go down, cannot survive the weight of this Zamazenta. So, of course, but gives the option for Miraidon to come in, who is a very, very scary threat.
Especially with the Choice Scarf and guaranteeing that it's going to outspeed everything on Jacob's side of the field. The other something we didn't even talk about is the fact that Miraidon is kind of on cleanup crew here. Where it's just able to put that offensive pressure it needs onto the board. And with the fact that it can knock out either the Miraidon or the Zamazenta, Josh is putting on so much offensive pressure, saying, actually, do you know what? I don't even need to go for any offensive options. And even just a single target Astral Barrage after Miraidon has knocked something out would probably be enough. I think maybe Jacob's Pokemon are on low enough HP that Nasty Plot or don't, it doesn't really matter at this stage as much as it did before. Now that Josh has created that opening with the Astral Barrage last turn.
Yeah, it's so interesting because we were talking constantly about how we thought the Nasty Plot would be sort of needed to kind of get that more offensive pressure, but actually Josh just sealing our mouth shut and just saying, actually, no, I think this is absolutely fine. I mean, Calyrex has a ridiculous amount of special attack. It's a very hard-hitting Pokemon, and it is exactly doing the work here. So let's jump into the next turn and see how Jacob can respond to the threat of this purple dragon. It's the Draco Meteor. I mean, that felt like a risky option to go for, but it exactly hits into the target. But the single target Astral Barrage is actually not enough to take out that Zamazenta. But unfortunately for Jacob, the Incineroar actually just from the very depths of the Pokeball there, still being an hindrance to Jacob, and of course that Intimidate from earlier, actually preventing the Zamazenta taking down that Calyrex Shadow.
I think that Volcarona's pretty sad that the Calyrex didn't go down that turn, because the Miraidon then would be locked in now with 2- special attack, with only 1 turn of electric terrain left, and the Volcarona may be able to get some Quiver Dances going, start to think about 1v1ing. The Clefairy obviously doesn't have any offensive options that it can go for. And so this Volcarona can sort of start thinking about cleaning house. But with the Calyrex there, the Miraidon can switch out to Clefairy, get a Draining Kiss going. It will give the opportunity for Volcarona to get a Quiver Dance up. But that Miraidon holding the Choice Scarf doesn't mind that as much, because even after 1 Quiver Dance, the Miraidon can outspeed the Volcarona and just drop another Draco in that direction.
Exactly. So let's jump into next turn. Let's see how both these trainers respond to this. We're going to see a Wide Guard actually come out. It is another Draco Meteor into that Volcarona, just chipping its health down just a teeny bit. But the Wide Guard is actually going to prevent either of these Pokemon from being hit. Meanwhile, the Quiver Dance does go up, as you talked about, Ben. And suddenly this Volcarona is a little bit of a scary Pokemon to staring down, actually. This has done not quite a 180, but it's certainly starting to lead a little bit in Jacob's favor. We're starting to see this comeback happen.
It is on the turnaround here, in the Volcarona having access to, let's actually just double check this. Yeah, Fiery Dance and Giga Drain. It can't attack both targets at once, but having the access to Giga Drain could be quite big here to recover that HP, get it out of a Draco Meteor range if Miraidon wants to go for a switch out and switch in. And depending on how this Volcarona is trained, it now could outspeed that Calyrex Shadow Rider after its 1 speed boost. And if it does, that really does put it on the offensively, put it happy to be on the offensive this turn.
Yes, exactly that. So, I mean, let's just jump straight into the next turn. Let's sort of find out exactly how much of effect this Volcarona can be. The Calyrex is actually going to switch out finally. The Clefairy is going to come in. So, I mean, good recognition from from Josh there, actually, recognizing that, of course, the Wide Guard could come out. So we're going to get that Calyrex out of there. Meanwhile, the Miraidon actually doing enough, even with all of its special attack drops, is able to land yet another Draco Meteor, this time going into that Zamazenta, knocking that Pokemon out. And now the threat of Wide Guard is completely gone, Ben. And that is big news for Josh. That is really, really useful. The only issue is this Volcarona has been able to do another Quiver Dance.
And the Giga Drains are looking pretty good at the moment. I mean, you can... Although Jacob only has single target attacks, those single target attacks, you don't even have to think about where you're targeting, because the Clefairy has no offensive options on Josh's side, nor does it have but it does have the ability to go for an Encore. That's the only sort of threatening thing that it could do in this situation. So Volcarona can't play too passively in this spot, but it can, if Jacob decides to go for Giga Drain after Giga Drain, it's down to Josh to find enough offensive potential to get their way through that Volcarona with its special defense boost now up. Switching out the Calyrex is one stage to be able to do that, because it had that -1 special attack. Now switching out the Miraidon and going for a Follow Me with Clefairy could be one of those other options that is needed to have the Calyrex come back in for free and start getting those Astral Barrages, even a nasty plot going.
Yeah, I mean, I feel we just jump into it because I'm excited to see exactly how this will shape up. It is exactly that Calyrex that does switch out for there, and we're going to see a Fiery Dance into a Clefairy. It's not going to be enough to take down, but we do see yet another boost to the special attack there for the Volcarona. Meanwhile, the Encore comes up from Clefairy, so that's actually going to lock Volcarona into Fiery Dance, which I don't think it's actually too unhappy about, to be honest.
No, I mean, there's this debate, isn't there, in this situation? Do you want a million special attack boosts, or do you want a bit more HP?
Yeah.
And I don't know what the answer is here. 3+ special attack. If you get to 4+, I mean, that Miraidon will resist the Fiery Dance and the Giga Drain, by virtue of being part Dragon type. But at 3 stages or 4 stages of increased special attack, it could start being enough to maybe get the 2-shot onto the Miraidon in this spot.
Yeah, so, I mean, let's jump into the next turn as well. Let's see what happens here. Does Volcarona still looking to go? The Follow Me comes out, going to get hit by yet another Fiery Dance.
No.
But it's the Astral Barrage that slams into it. And oh my goodness, the critical hit is huge there for Josh. I mean, that is literally a life-changing critical hit then. What? That's exactly what you want. I mean, what can you do in that situation? You have to throw your hands up in the air and just go, why?
Hang on a second. No, I can do that better. Why?
Why?
Yeah, I'm definitely sad about that critical hit. I actually, do you know what? Although I know the actual result of this match, I'd forgotten that critical hit happened. So I've just got to experience it all over again.
Yeah, the pain all over again. Yes.
Thanks, Josh. Great job. No, I mean, fair play. That there's a good chance that locked into Fiery Dance, that Volcarona didn't have the recovery it needed to be able to get through that end game. But we'll never know. There's no chance we're getting a Volcarona exactly on 60% and 2 Quiver Dances again in that end game scenario. So, you know what? We'll leave that for the clever people to have a look at and start thinking about the adaptations for game 2.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, obviously, like, not having the health kind of recovery might have actually just sealed the deal there. I mean, you get hit by enough moves from a Calyrex Shadow and a Miraidon, most things are going to fall. But of course, that was only game 1. Let's jump straight into game 2, shall we? Let's see what the play will be. And of course, the lead's actually coming out. So we're actually going to see the Volcarona, the star of the show almost. Well, what could have been the star of the show before it got smacked by a Calyrex Shadow. Actually, making an immediate lead here next to Zamazenta on Jacob's side. Meanwhile, again, a little bit of a change up here. We're actually seeing Rillaboom have its first appearance coming next to the Calyrex Shadow. So, of course, immediate things to consider is we've kind of got almost these lines kind of attached to each Pokemon. This Zamazenta is going to be staring at that Calyrex Shadow and going, oh, I like that. Okay, I like that Pokemon. I want to hit that Pokemon. But we've also got that Volcarona who's kind of staring at the Rillaboom, who's kind of got the sort of Fire Dance. But meanwhile, obviously, Calyrex Shadow doesn't. I mean, it's a strong Pokemon. It can hit a lot of things. It's a lot to consider, and of course, Rillaboom as well. Just having like options of fake outs, view turns, all sorts, is able to just get out of nasty situations.
I think the key here is that Rillaboom isn't putting any real offensive pressure other than fake out on the board this turn. And I suppose the question is Josh happy for a fake out into the Volcarona and the Zamazenta gets a little bit of an attack off? Or is Josh worried too much about that Volcarona that got itself really well set up in the end game of game 1? Well, actually, because it's here early game, it definitely could put on a lot of pressure across the entirety of the match if Josh isn't able to knock it out. So, yeah, a difficult choice of fake out. Let's see where it's gone.
Yeah, let's go into our first turn here. Let's see exactly what both these trainers opt for. It's the wide guard coming out, and I mean, expected.
Ooh.
But actually, Ben, big nasty plot there coming out from the Calyrex Shadow. Saw some threats and actually said, you know what? I don't even care, to be honest. I'm just going to set up right in front of your face. Meanwhile, the U-turn is actually going to go into Zamazenta, who, of course, is just going to brush it off. But it doesn't particularly matter. It's all about getting that Rillaboom out. And instead of Grassy Train going up, we've now got the Electric Train there from the Miraidon. And of course, finally, obviously, Volcarona doing exactly what it did in the last game and just have a little bit of a dance, get that Quiver Dance up, get some special attack, get some special defense, and its speed all raised up, which can be very, very interesting and tough to deal with.
And now it's kind of hard, isn't it, with the Zamazenta in play? It wants to be sitting there, pressing the wide guard button against this Calyrex, make sure those Astral Barrages aren't going up. But while it's doing that, the Miraidon gets its pick of targets. It can just go straight on the offensive with an Electro Drift into the Zamazenta. That's not going to last long under some sustained pressure. the one advantage that Jacob has is that it is a Draining Kiss as the secondary move of choice on the Calyrex. So the Volcarona's that little bit safer just for now. But the other scenario is that the Miraidon goes on the offensive against the Volcarona, starts chipping it down, or more than chipping it down with a Draco Meteor. Volcarona getting conked on the head with a bunch of meteors ain't going to be something that it likes, even with a special defense boost.
Absolutely. I mean, let's go into this turn then, see what happens here. The Calyrex Shadow is going to opt for that Terra Fairy. And as you say it, Ben, I mean, the Draco Meteor does target in to that Volcarona. The Calyrex Shadow, though, actually, instead of opting to go for the Draining Kiss into the Zamazenta, and I mean, you saw how much damage that could do. That is with the Nasty Plot up and the Terra Fairy. That's actually a sizable amount of damage to that Zamazenta. So going to be slowly chipping that down. Of course, the Volcarona goes for another Quiver Dance, all raising its stats again. So certainly putting it in a position where, like, it's almost like it's a looming threat. It's getting closer and closer. It's coming over the mountains here, but it is gradually getting chipped down. And I mean, I think Jacob's going to have to be aware as we do go into the next turn that this Volcarona is getting lower and lower in health.
I think Josh has done really, really well here to target down that Volcarona early, though, especially when it doesn't have recovery. And Josh is actually in control of all the recovery here, with having Rillaboom in the back, and can control when that grassy terrain goes back up. And Volcarona obviously does appreciate that, not just with the recovery every turn, but the boost in power to its Giga Drain. But Josh has, I think, done a good job of putting the pressure onto it early, so it has to play that little bit more defensively. Maybe open up some windows for it to go on the defensive, and so gives Josh a little bit of space extra to maneuver.
Okay, so, and of course, we're going to see actually Protect come out from this Volcarona. Does not want to take a single Draco Meteor. But actually, it's the Draining Kiss into Zamazenta, the Behemoth Bash coming out, and it's still not enough. I mean, it's not even had its attack dropped this time by an Incineroar, but yeah, it's still not enough to take down that Calyrex Shadow, which is huge. And of course, the Draco Meteor missing is big news. I mean, that could have taken down that Zamazenta right there and then. Easily,
and that Behemoth Bash would have never gone into the Calyrex. It would have been sitting pretty with a lot of HP. So real unfortunate turn there for Josh. But these are decisions. If you lock into Draco Meteor over and over again, you will eventually be the one that's missing an attack there. So still a little bit unfortunate, but Josh is by no means out of the running here. There is a lot to be said for the Draco Meteor. We know from game one that it can knock out this Zamazenta from that position. The Calyrex is still pretty happy maybe to go on the offensive and try to put some extra pressure on that Volcarona with an Astral Barrage, just in case the Zamazenta decides not to go for a wide guard.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we have to consider, of course, as going to the next turn. This Calyrex Shadow is still under a bit of pressure, but actually Josh opting to protect it. The Draco Meteor does come out. It is going to knock out that Zamazenta, but the Gig Drain is actually going to go into the protect on the Calyrex Shadow side, keeping it safe. So nice, good turn for Josh here, able to eliminate that threat. The threat that kind of ideally Josh wanted to take out last time, but it's finally gone. So no more wide guard, as you talked about. I mean, this is huge news for Josh. You do not want to be dealing with that anymore. The option of Astral Barrage is now back on the table.
And, well, Astral Barrage is going to struggle a little bit in front of that Volcarona that can outspeed it. And, it would definitely otherwise be back on the table. The Miraidon coming in for Jacob is really, really helping out Jacob's position a lot here in a way that it wasn't able to so much in the early stages of game one. I like the way that Jacob's adapted the gameplay here, bringing that Miraidon in just that little bit later when things are starting to be softened up, and you've got a few more opportunities for the Miraidon on Josh's side to have dropped some Dracos, dropped the special attack, and to be able to sit in front of it just that little bit more confidently. But now all eyes on whether or not this Volcarona is going to be knocking out the Calyrex, or maybe with a Giga Drain, or maybe swapping to a Fiery Dance, trying to catch something on the switch in.
Yeah. So go into the turn here with the Miraidon actually switching out for like Clefairy, and we're going to see a double switch from Josh's side actually. Get that Guardian Train back up. And actually, I could get a third switch even coming out from Jacob. But it's the Giga Drain and Clefairy, actually, which is really interesting. But such a actually really important move to go for, because now that Volcarona has just raised its health right back up. I mean, this Volcarona is such a present threat at all times. And I think Josh is really, really kind of aware of how speedy and hard-hitting this bug truly is. And now that Jacob has been able to get his health back up as well, I mean, the alarm bells are going off. You've got to get rid of this Volcarona somehow, but now you've got to deal with it, not only raising its health back up. There's the option of Fiery Dance again, still being able to hit. You can raise your special attack that way as well. The Iron Jugulis coming out is what is really interesting. You've now got this consideration of like a Tailwind, get the sort of speed fully on your side if you're Jacob. But you've also got to, of course, consider this Willaboom, going for the fake out or something like that. There's a lot of different scenarios, different plays that can come out here, Ben.
I think one of the nice things that Jacob has at their disposal is the ability to taunt that Clefairy with this Iron Jugulis. There certainly could be something that that Jacob's thinking about here. Could even try and get another Quiver Dance here while the Volcarona has not got any threat to it whatsoever. You know that you've got to deal with this Miraidon in the back from Josh's side. If it crits or it goes for sustained attacks and can deal with this Volcarona like it was dealt with in game one, this Volcarona's got to get to a stage where it can knock everything out really quickly. So that's something that Jacob's probably thinking about in this spot, and it's certainly something that these trainers are going to have to worry about. But I definitely agree with you, Sam, that the alarm bells are ringing here for Josh.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's go into turn. Let's see exactly what the option is. I mean, I didn't consider the option could just be yet another Quiver Dance. That is exactly what Jacob is going for. Truly getting this bug up into, it's all of its stats. But it's the Encore into the Iron Jugulis there, which is an interesting option from from Josh's side, actually. So just actually, potentially, just completely shutting down this Iron Jugulis. I mean, it can only do Tailwind once. So this Iron Jugulis has now got to switch out if you're Jacob's side, or you keep it in and let it go down. But if you're Josh, you're not worried about this Iron Jugulis anymore. This is a non-issue. It can't do anything. It can't hit you. It can't set up another Tailwind. It's just not a thing. So, at this point, now you are just staring immediately at that Volcarona on the other side. You've got its sight on that, and you want to be taking it down.
Yeah, if the Iron Jugulis switches out, it's switching out for Miraidon, and Miraidon's definitely not going to appreciate a Draco Meteor.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I definitely agree, Sam. Maybe it's done what it needed to do, and that was it. Maybe that's all it needed to do in this game, and it's down to Miraidon and Volcarona to finish things off. Let's see what happens this turn.
Okay, the Miraidon does switch in, as we kind of expected. Obviously, that Iron Jugulis wants to have a little bit of something it can do. But the Fiery Dance actually going into that Miraidon, I mean, even with all the Quiver Dances coming up, you saw just kind of, even how little it can do, actually, surprisingly.
With the Friend Guard,
this Miraidon, with the Friend Guard active, it is just truly just nerfing all the damage that can be done. Meanwhile, I mean, Miraidon's special attack in electric terrain with that Hadron engine, the Draco Meteor smacking into the Volcarona, and all of that health you gained is gone again.
Yeah, I mean, it can come back, though. It can come back. And actually, there's a really nice pin here that Jacob's formed. Seeing that the Volcarona would be the threatening Pokemon, as you're saying in the last turn there, Sam, it's taken, Volcarona's been able to take that attack, which has allowed the space for Miraidon to come in. But now in Tailwind that the Iron Jugulis has set up, the Volcarona can Giga Drain at the Clefairy. The Miraidon can just drop a Draco against this Choice Scarf Miraidon. And there's not a lot that Josh can do to not take two big attacks on this turn. Yeah,
I mean, it's really not. So let's go into the next turn here. Let's see exactly what the options are. I mean, Josh, I think recognized exactly what you said, Ben. Going to switch out this Moidon, did not want to take anything. The Giga Drain does come out, and it is into like a fairy, but thankfully the Protect saving it. Meanwhile, the Electro Drift goes into the Rillaboom and really doesn't do all that much, to be honest.
No, but you can see where Jacob's going, because there's a Terra Fairy and Calyrex in the back, and if Josh had decided to try and catch a Draco with it, then it would have caught an Electro Drift, and so there's the read that Jacob's made to go for the Electro Drift, and then Josh has seen through that and gone into the Rillaboom, knowing that it could also take a Draco Meteor, but if it was an Electro Drift, then it would have been taking that turn just that little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much back and forth in this game. I mean, this Volcarona is still staring down every threat with all of its boosts from the Quiver Dances, is, truly making this interesting, but Josh is certainly finding back, is navigating through this so well. So let's go into the next turn here and see exactly how Josh keeps up this momentum. What could do? It's going to be another switch. The Fairy comes out. They're going to take the Giga Drain for Volcarona, but again, still actually not taking on damage. The Snarl actually coming out, though. I mean, the read from Jacob is immense there. The being able to drop that Moidon special tag just a little bit. The Calyrex Shadow comes out after a U-turn into the Moidon there. But, again, so you've got these two offensive Pokemon, but one of them has been slightly weakened through the Snarl. Meanwhile, obviously, Jacob's Moidon is still staring at both these targets and quite enjoying what it sees.
Yeah, I think so. Worth noting here that the Miraidon did about 50% to this Volcarona from Josh's Miraidon, with a helping hand and with its special attack intact.
Yes.
So you got the double whammy there, no helping hand, -1 special attack. So the Miraidon's sort of threatening, sort of not in this spot, and there is still. Oh no, we are at the end of our Tailwind. It says Tailwind at the top. The opposing team's Tailwind petered out at the bottom. So always a nice little thing to keep a track of here. So the Choice Scarf Miraidon on Josh's side will outspeed Miraidon on Jacob's. And so it leads the Volcarona to want to target down that Miraidon much more than trying to deal with the Calyrex this turn. And the Miraidon can probably mop that up. The question is whether or not a Clefairy switch-in will allow Miraidon on Josh's side to be able to take an attack from Volcarona.
Yeah, this is exactly, this is the question we are going to be asking, Ben. So let's go into the next turn, then. As the Iron Jugglist comes back in, no longer Encore, can do what it wants to. Gets obviously the boost energy set up as well. The Giga Drain goes into Moidon, but it's not enough to take it down. The Electro Drift actually goes into it, does a little bit of damage, and unfortunately, the Flame Body comes out and hits that Moidon. And as much as it held on before from the Giga Drain, it can't survive anymore. It goes down, and the Clefairy comes in. But, of course, we've got this duo here, the Clefairy and the Calyrex Shadow. But, I mean, both of them are a little bit scared right now of the sights in front of them, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, without that Miraidon, there's not that many ways that this Volcarona can get knocked out without a critical hit. And Iron Jugulus is sitting there faster than the Calyrex. So the Volcarona gets to try to knock out the Clefairy. The Iron Jugulus can go straight on the offensive with an Air Slash into the Calyrex and really gets a good opportunity to just try and mop this game up for Jacob, take us to a game 3.
Yeah, let's see what happens going to the next turn here. Of course, it feels like all the players, but you know what? There wasn't another turn. That's it. We are going to see obviously the fourth.
Well, this is the moment where
wait, hang on.
No, this is the confusion. This is the confusion. So every day is a learning day. Every day is a learning day. And I think this is something that's come from playing a little bit of trading cards on Jacob's side, the calculation that's involved. Clearly, the calculation working. Showdown Timer disagreed.
Yeah.
And
we've all been on the receiving end of it.
We will not see the end of it, no. So a 2-0 victory there for Josh, and I think this is something that we really do need to make light of, because Jacob was playing that game fantastically, and
Really
in
was.
an unlimited time game where you have the time to think through all of your moves and everything. Jacob was taking us to a game 3 there. I think there's almost no doubt of that.
I don't think
but
there
time
was
management
that
is
could stop Lord growing up.
no, exactly. The time management, unfortunately, is a part of the game that we have to be aware of. And certainly, talking to Jacob after the game, they're like, damn,
Yeah.
you know, this
It's such a learning experience. I mean, like
Yeah.
you say, we've all been, you know, at the hands of it. We've all lost a timer here and there, and it's one of those that, like, when you consider it, you're just like, damn it. I mean, you know, it's kind of
It
back in your mind.
happens.
You're
It
thinking about
happens.
so much all the time already.
Yeah.
I mean, Pokemon is a game that really does require so many things being considered all at once. And like time is kind of almost another thing that you got to think about. So really unfortunate for Jacob, but we'll certainly learn from it. And was, as you say, playing so fantastically.
Very much so, and I think you've got to give it up to Josh as well. The way they played game 1, it was still a tight game. Game 2, and Josh played a lot of different turns really well. But the alarm bell started ringing about turn 10 or something. We got quite far into the game before it was clear that Jacob had really carved out an advantage there. And it's certainly something that. I think Jacob will be coming back to the drawing board fresh. Definitely stings, but I think Jacob is one of those players. Played a lot of different competitive games, and there's no way that's going to hold Jacob back for the rest of the team. So I'm excited to see what else Jacob can bring in. Maybe another stream match a little bit later on. We'll see that to its conclusion, but. Hey, you know what? Props to both of our players there.
And of course, we love to see kind of people just even giving VGC a chance as well, as as you said, like Jacob having all that experience in other games, in even the sort of Pokemon TCG as well. So you got to give the props there. But I mean, we've still got one more game to go through into the next one. I'll just check in that, make sure we're going through with that. We're all good to go. Lovely. We've got the voice.
We're good
in our heads. So let's jump into it with our wild card match. And I mean,
okay,
Ben, this is not Regulation I.
Yeah, so the old cobwebs are going to get dusted off for us here, where we're going all the way back to Regulation Set B.
Yes,
and this was like the second or third regionals back of the Scarlet Violet era. So we're going back a little way. So we talked about this before the match, Sam, and I'm really glad we did, because otherwise both of us might have been a little bit scuppered at this point trying to remember. But basically, for those that either didn't play Regulation Set B or haven't played it for a little while, it is the Scarlet Violet Pokedex, but added into that are the Paradox Pokemon, your Fluttermanes, your Iron Bundles, as you can see there, etc. We don't have any Treasures of Ruin like Ting Lu or Chempao or any of those shenanigans going on. So it is going to be a little bit more of a restricted format this time round.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, I'm excited for it. And it's funny one, like being able to go back all of these regulations. This is why I like UKITT, because it's not just constantly Regulation I all the time. Is being able to see all of these old formats return. And Regulation B on the whole was a honestly very, very fun format. Looking at kind of even some of the results from back in the day, it truly was a lot of variation. You wouldn't there wasn't like a staple team or even really a staple Pokemon that you would see a lot. Obviously, like Pokemon like Iron Bundle and a lot of the Paradox Pokemon were pretty common, but they weren't always guaranteed. And so, I mean, even on this team here, I mean, we could go through it immediately with Joel team here for the Zero Gate Zoroarks. We've got the Corviknight, we've got a Klefki, we've got the Garchomp there, we've got the Iron Bundle, the Tyranitar, and the Gothitelle as well. So all really interesting options. Having a bit of a kind of a sand team there with obviously Tyranitar having the sort of sand stream going up. Of course, like Garchomp also being able to sort of benefit it. But even with like the setup with like a Klefki having both screens and misty terrain as well, not something you see kind of every day. So there's a lot of kind of different options to consider, and there was so much going on in Regulation B that it was just a very, very interesting format to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup as well there with Joel using Gothitelle, and I always enjoy seeing Gothitelle
Yes.
in matches and seeing how players really utilize it. That trapping mechanic makes things a little bit difficult to play, and can really, if you get it in the right spot and get the right Pokemon in against the Pokemon that you're trapping from your opponent, you can really have a great time. So looking forward to seeing how Joel's playing that. But let's get over to our second player here. This is Daniel, and something maybe a little bit more familiar there. Really excited to go have Palafin back on our screens here.
So excited
going
to see
from
that
zero,
guy. I miss him.
Zero to hero. And then, of course, Arcanine, you've got that Annihilate here that's got up on the wrong side of the bed in the morning, Fluttermane for Idaraf, and the competitive Kilowattrel. Yeah, nearly forgot the name of that Pokemon. What's incredibly funny
is so last time I was commentating for UKITT, I just full on forgot Basculegion was a Pokemon, completely forgot his name. So this time I was like, okay, well, I'm going to look through all of the slides beforehand because our lovely Rich gives us all the information beforehand so we can look at what matches we've got going on. And I was like, okay, right, I'm going to make sure that I know each of these Pokemon's names just so I don't forget them. And I got to Kilowattrel and I literally had to type into Google Yellow Bird, Scarlet and Violet just to remember what it was called because I genuinely could not remember.
Well, I'm glad you were prepared because clearly I did not get the memo. But let's take a deeper dive into Daniel's team. So we've got that Palafin switching out and in, boosted by the Life Orb, doing a lot of damage here. You've got some Psychic Fangs going on to deal with any screens from that Assault Vest Arcanine. You've got Icy Wind Taunt, which actually wasn't as much of a prevalent Pokemon. No. In that regulation set. It's the sort of thing that's come to the fore a little bit later on. And then Final Gambit on the King Gambit. Really love to call that out. Competitive Kilowattrel. Not going to have any Intimidators dealing with it, but it would get a competitive boost from an Icy Wind from the Iron Bundle. So maybe something that we've got to look out for there. And of course, the shenanigans that happen when Pokemon like Gothitelle want to go for a fake out, and then Farigiraf decides, do you know what? Nah, mate.
What if he didn't? What if he didn't do that?
What if he didn't?
But again, I mean, it's interesting to point out as well that no Rage Fist on this Annihilate as well. We've got Shadow Claw instead there.
Yeah.
Which is really, really interesting to see because it is common for the sort of Rage Fist to be there. It's just such a strong move that gets stronger every time that Annihilate is hit. But of course, the thing to consider is the fact that it is a Choice Scarf variant, has that Final Gambit as well, where it can basically just lock in on a target and decide, you know what, you're returning to the Pokeball.
What if you didn't?
Yes, what if you didn't?
Yes. Yeah, I like it. It's gonna be good. Right. We've gone through the teams, we've gone through the players.
Let's go on.
Let's have a little look at our game.
And I'm very excited to go through this one. So let's go straight into it. Here are the leads for both sides. We've got Joel's point of view coming out here. Daniel on the other side. And immediately we're seeing that Corviknight and the Garchomp from Joel and the Palafin and the Annihilate coming out from Daniel here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really difficult one to... here we go. Change perspectives. Right. All right. Thank you, Rich, in the background. You're doing us a solid there. I actually
of course it was the other teams anyway. Oh, you know what? It's getting late. Yeah. But now you know what? It's all good. We're fine. We're all good. So yes, we are seeing the point of view of Joel still. It is all correct on that front.
Yes.
But yes, I mean it's interesting. Obviously, like you consider the Palafin being there immediately. This was obviously a common Pokemon for trainers to lead with because you still got to get it out of the field.
Yes, and then back in.
Yes, and then back in to get that Zero to Hero going because it can't really do much without it.
Yeah, it was one of those interesting ones where Palafin sometimes just went on the offensive or just went for a protect, trying to take advantage of that telegraph play. But the Final Gambit is the thing that is interesting me here, Sam. Seeing which target that Joel is thinking that would be the bigger threat and therefore maybe something to decide to final gambit into, or in fact switching that Palafin out and just going for a U-turn to switch it straight back in on turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's so interesting because like it really does, as you say, depend on who does Annihilate really just wants to take down. Who is going to go back? Who like it's because I mean that is an option. It's not the only option that it can go for, but it's certainly one to consider. So let's go into this first turn here. See what both these players go for. The Protect coming out there.
Oh,
it's the final gambit.
Right.
I mean, as we said, it locked in on that bird and decided you're going back. And takes it down. I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but I think Daniel certainly takes that, eliminating that Corviknight, who is just so bulky and so threatening at all times.
One advantage Daniel has in the team matchup here is that, Joel has in the team matchup here, is that the Corviknight does not have access to any Protect. And so, even if the final gambit, so you've got two scenarios. The final gambit goes into Corviknight, or it goes into something in the back. And, well, do you know what? I think most of us would enjoy playing a 3v3 sometimes.
Yeah.
When you knock out one of your opponent's key Pokemon. So there maybe was an opportunity there for Joel to be able to switch out the Corviknight, leave it for a little bit later on. But with the Arcanine and the Palafin there, I think Corviknight was probably there to put a little bit of offensive pressure on. And it's actually the Gothitelle, the Garchomp, and whatever else is in the back for Joel that's going to be part of the overall strategy here.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, let's go into the next turn here. Obviously, this Arcanine has come out here, lowering the attack of that Garchomp. But of course, the immediate switch into the Iron Bundle, and a Terra Grass actually coming out from the Arcanine, going for that extreme speed into the Iron Bundle slot there, doing a little bit of just chip damage there, not kind of too much. But of course, what is interesting to note here, Ben, is this Palafin still not actually having an opportunity to switch out just yet. We were talking so much about these kind of telegraph plays, and it's really interesting to watch.
It's not happening, is it? I mean,
No.
we were talking about how Palafin couldn't do anything, and it's sitting here doing some stuff. So you know what? Fair play, Palafin. I mean, it hasn't done too much damage just yet, but it's showing that Palafin actually doesn't need to always switch out immediately and wait to switch back in. And a Wave Crash here with a Life Orb certainly would put some pressure on that Gothitelle. The Arcanine, though, going for Terra Grass, although it's still weak to the Ice-type moves of the Iron Bundle, means that it's not susceptible to a Hydro Pump anymore. And I think that's overall more beneficial for Daniel here, to have the Arcanine go down a little bit less quickly. Although Freeze Dry is a little bit more reliable than Hydro Pump, it's definitely a lot weaker.
Yeah, this is the thing. And obviously, like, I think at this point, Daniel will be thinking about, okay, this Palafin's really got to get out. And this Iron Bundle it's such a threat to both these Pokemon. Obviously, Arcanine didn't really want to face it down regardless, but now that it's gone for Terra Grass, it's certainly still a little bit scared. It's worried about what this Iron Bundle can do. But of course, the Gothitelle now being there, it's just keeping it.
Oh, it stops the Palafin going out, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is the thing. And this is what I've got to check actually just on the team sheets, because what I'm curious about is
it doesn't have it.
There is no flip turn on this Palafin, so it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's stuck there just going on the offensive, and Iron Bundle will be able to shrug those off. Gothitelle, though, not quite as much. Let's see how much damage. I want to see this Palafin actually really go ham on this turn. Next turn. Sorry, I meant next turn. I want to see it go ham. Yeah. Palafin ping into a couple of we're just not going to see it this game round. Maybe we'll see it next game round. Freeze Dry being able to knock it out with a Terra Ice boosting. And Snarl there just lowering the special attack of Gothitelle, but most notably not doing so on the Iron Bundle because it's carrying a Covert Cloak.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to see the Palafin do something, but I mean, we spoke about it right at the start of the set. Then I mean, these plays that you can do with Shadow Tag, and I mean, this Gothitelle proving exactly that, keeping that Palafin locked in, and then just against an Iron Bundle, it's not surviving a freeze dry. I mean, with the Terra Ice as well, it's truly not doing anything. So just goes down, and unfortunately, I mean, that is such a big Pokemon for Daniel to lose there. Of course, now we are down to that. There's 2 Pokemon left for Daniel's side. Meanwhile, the Gothitelle and the Iron Bundle are still right there.
A booster speed on the Fluttermane as well. What you'd expect in current formats, but actually this could really do quite a lot of work here for Daniel, where after the Iron Bundle has taken a bit of damage, and certainly after another extreme speed from the Arcanine, if Daniel wants to really double down on it, the Moonblast would probably be enough to pick up a KO there. And this Gothitelle doesn't have access to Trick Room or any other sort of board state changing moves. It's only got Taunt, which doesn't really affect the Arcanine or the Fluttermane in this spot, and Psychic. And with the Arcanine being able to snarl that down, actually all eyes start to turn to that Garchomp, which doesn't have any super effective moves on this Arcanine anymore. Daniel, although they've taken the 3-2 deficit, really could be in a good spot now.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, it's so interesting because, like, the Gothitelle just inherently having no real offensive pressure. I mean, it's not really known for its kind of hard-hitting moves or anything like that. It does have Psychic on there. It can do a little bit. But neither of these Pokemon on Daniel's side are particularly worried about that. And it feels like all the offensive pressure is definitely on Daniel's side. I mean, this can truly do a lot here. And, even though, obviously, Daniel being down to the final 2 Pokemon, there's a lot that can still happen on that side. I mean, Joel definitely going to have to be considering, do we get the Gothitelle out? Do we try and get a bit more offensive pressure on the side? What's really going to happen here?
Well, another fake out actually would be quite nice here, wouldn't it? Let's have a little check and see what's going to be going down this turn. Just a straight up Moonblast, getting the KO onto the Iron Bundle. Flare Blitz to follow up that Gothitelle, kind of having the tables turned, cannot switch out now away from the field now that it with Garchomp is the last 2 Pokemon left on the field. And Garchomp probably not appreciating, especially since it can't Terra now away from its weakness to fairy type moves, not really appreciating being there in front of this Fluttermane.
It's so funny, honestly, because it feels like Gothitelle is now the one at the gate kind of rattling it, like going, let me out, I don't want to be here anymore. But it can't, it cannot go anywhere. And
no,
of course,
as stay still.
Garchomp, it is quite literally stuck. And Garchomp obviously kind of being there is, again, he is also slightly worried. He's staring at this Fluttermane and thinking, I'm going to take a Moonblast very soon, which it doesn't particularly want to do. And suddenly, I mean, what looked like such incredible sort of movement for Joel has really kind of swung around again. We talk about it so often with how Pokemon can just swing just like that. And it's exactly what's happened here, where Daniel is looking in a very favorable position. But let's see what Joel is going to go for. Let's see how he gets out of this situation.
All right, Protect coming out from the Gothitelle, Moonblast coming out, but it's just a clean one-hit knockout there on the Garchomp. I wasn't sure with that Fluttermane being a speed booster whether it would, but let's roll this out because Gothitelle is going to have a little bit of a tough time. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Daniel getting the win in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it really is quite funny that, in the end, despite everything, despite that Gothitelle coming in and being so disruptive, making sure that Palafin can't, switch out, do anything, and in the end, actually was kind of the Pokemon that was the most stuck, actually. It couldn't do it. It had that one exact use of, shutting down that Palafin, and then what could it do afterwards, Ben?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Really not a lot.
Not a lot is the answer. And you kind of wondering whether switching out that Corviknight on turn 1 to try and take a final Gambit actually could have been the route to victory there for Joel, where the Corviknight in the end game, maybe with its Terra Fire, could have done something pretty nice in the end game against Arcanine. They certainly would have sat in front of the Corviknight much better. So lots of scenarios there. I think we're going to see some change-ups again in game 1. I wouldn't be surprised to see Joel not actually leading the Corviknight this time and
Yeah.
not letting the opening for the final gambit be so sort of inherently right in front of you.
Yeah, because I do still believe that Corviknight can be a real threat, actually, for Joel and really kind of put a number onto Daniel's team. But you've got to be so worried all the time about that exact turn one just playing out, as you say. I mean, the Annihilate just literally coming in with one goal in mind, and it is taking down that bird, is all that we kind of, we've got to consider here. So let's go into game 2 then, as we do swing along with things, and let's see what the leads are going to be.
All right, there we go. We switched perspective before we started. Thank you, Rich. You're absolutely getting ahead of it there. We got the same leads coming out for both of our trainers, though. And well, I mean, this could be a bait here from Joel. It could be Joel that's thinking like, hey, you know what? I've got a Pokemon in the back that I don't mind losing. Maybe I need free Pokemon, or maybe I only need free Pokemon to get the upper hand in this set. And actually, I can just use the Corviknight to bait out that final gambit, remove the Annihilate, remove those guessing games, and then sort of play from there.
Yeah, I'm curious just to jump straight into this turn 1, because, I mean, it feels like we could just see a kind of a similar switch up. But actually, I mean, the Palafin is going to go out this time. I mean, that's an immediate change up to begin with. But you know what hasn't changed, Ben? Final gambit into that bird. It really does not want to see it.
And this is one of the cool ways that you can get a Palafin back in, not just a U-turn on the first turn with a switch to get the Palafin straight back in its hero form. Actually, do you know what? Final gambit and switch. That's another way that you can get your Palafin ready and raring to go. And now the Iron Bundle does threaten with the Terra Ice Freeze Dry to be dealing with this Palafin, but the Gothitelle does have that fake out pressure this turn round. So all pressure on the game too.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting one to see, because again, it feels like we had a very similar kind of opening, if not, maybe arguably in Daniel's side, with being able to this time finally get the Palafin out before the Gothitelle came along, get it into that sort of that hero mode. But now, ironically, it's actually kind of shades of that game 1, where now this Palafin is stuck because of the shadow tag. But as you say, that Iron Bundle is still there with that freeze dry, and the fake out potential is everything. So let's jump into this turn 2 here. Let's see exactly what's going on. Expected there. Yeah,
fake out coming into it. Nice. Yeah, makes sense. Taunt coming into the Gothitelle, stopping any shenanigans. So that all tracks here. Icy Wind coming out from the Iron Bundle. Now, while you were chatting there, Sam, I did some quick maths.
Oh, okay.
And by quick maths, I opened up the calc. It looks like the Terra Ice Freeze Dry that knocked out the baby Palafin last time doesn't have good odds to do it this time round, with it being a proper big gone to the gym Palafin that's sitting out there on the field. So this turn, actually, after the Protect, could be really interesting here, whether or not this freeze dry is actually able to knock out this Palafin or not. And if the Gothitelle, if the Fluttermane and the Palafin in combination will be able to put enough damage down into the Iron Bundle to knock it out, or if this Palafin can just go on the offensive into the taunted Gothitelle slot. If the Gothitelle goes down, no problem. If the Garchomp that we know is lingering in the back is taking a Terra Water Wave Crash boosted by a Life Orb, well, that's not really going to be long for this world either. So there's a lot of offensive pressure that Daniel's created here.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting. It was the back of my mind as well, because, of course, now in the hero form, Palafin gets those boosted stats, and part of me did wonder, like, maybe the added bulk, would that be enough? And let's just jump straight into the turn. Let's see exactly what happens. Is it going to be that freeze dry that goes into it? You can see the Terra Water actually come out. The Jet Punch actually just doing a little bit of damage onto the Iron Bundle there. And it is the Icy Wind. Going to actually just opt to drop some speed which I think is a smart play,
Okay.
actually trying to neuter down
Yeah.
this Fluttermane to potentially bring in the guard jump, put it in a more favorable position to knock down some things. The Psychic actually coming out from the Gothitelle and doing a sizable amount of damage to this Paladin.
It's a big chunk. Yeah, I think it's a really big chunk. And I think the really nice thing that Joel's trying to set up here is Icy Winds go down, the Gothitelle stops any switching out. So in general, Pokemon on the opposite side can't leave the field to reset those Icy Winds, and the Garchomp comes in. Okay, if you Icy Wind, if you Earthquake yourself, not really a big deal. You can just clear the field if there's an Arcanine in the back. Single target, a Life Orb Earthquake would probably, even with an Intimidate drop, be able to pick up the KO there. But the spanner in the works there for Joel is that the Fluttermane is a ghost type, and ghost types are not trapped in by the Shadow Shield.
Can leave at any time
and come back in with its speed intact. Doesn't need the Photosynthesis speed boost to be able to outspeed the Garchomp. So it could pick up the KO there with the Moonblast. But to add even more spanners in the works, this Garchomp is Terra Ground.
Yeah.
So cannot Terra this turn, but could be thinking about Terraing it next turn if the Palafin gets knocked out by the combination of Earthquake and Psychic. So yeah, I know I kind of monologue through all the different things that could have happened there, Sam, but this is tight.
This is exactly what Pokemon's all about, Ben. Let's go and see what happens exactly. It is going to be that switch out, actually, of the Fluttermane, which I think is the sort of play that makes most sense. Protect comes out from this Palafin here, and it is the Earthquake that actually hits into the Arcanine, obviously the Gothitelle as well, who's going to sort of, eat that up fairly nicely. And then, of course, the Psychic goes into that Arcanine, takes it down. The Fluttermane, however, is back in, and this is exactly what you were talking about, Ben. The speed is now intact. And of course, this Garchomp, not only that, its attack has been slightly lowered itself. So it's certainly staring down this Fluttermane. And once again, just having flashbacks to that game one.
The risk here is that Jet Punch will knock out the Garchomp if it goes for Terra Ground. Moonblast will knock out the Garchomp if it doesn't go for Terra Ground.
Yes.
And so you're in this, damn if you do, damn if you don't situation. But the other scenario here could be that opportunity for Gothitelle to pick up a Psychic KO onto that Palafin while the Garchomp protects itself. I think that's the window for Joel to get back into this game. I'm not 100% sure, but there is a chance that a critical hit or a double protect could bail Joel out, take us to a game 3 here.
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's go into the next turn here and see exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be that protect on the Garchomp, which makes the most sense. The Icy Wind, though, love that option, actually. Going into Gothitelle, I'm going to slow that down a little bit. And it is the Wave Crash into protect here. What will the Gothitelle go for? It has caused a Psychic, but it's not enough to take down just yet. So now we are in a very interesting position, even more so than the previous turn, where this Garchomp is still around, this Fluttermane is still there. And of course, do we just kind of repeat the plays of what we saw in the previous turn?
Well, I don't know if you're successful or not successful at the game corner, Sam, but if you are successful, you target into the right place, you know whether that Garchomp's going to try to go for a double protect, and whether or not it succeeds or fails, you try to target down the Gothitelle and knock that out this turn if you're Daniel. Equally, if Daniel decides to go into the Gothitelle this turn on a predicted double protect and Joel decides to just go on the offensive, so it's like, hey, this isn't likely. It's more likely that my opponent's going to over-predict here and try to target down that Gothitelle just in case, and an Terra Ground Earthquake comes out, that's clearing the board.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're going to a game 3, so just these... I'm not going to say coin flips. I think it's slightly off from a coin flip, but it's definitely a call here.
There's a lot of different scenarios, a lot of different plays that can happen. So let's just not keep you on hold for too long. Let's go into it. See what happens here. The double protect is exactly what you were talking about, Ben. The Ice Wind goes in. It does a lot of damage to that Garchomp. And of course, what will this Paladin go for is the Wave Crash into that Garchomp, takes down, of course, the Rough Skin, and of course, the Life Orb damage will be enough to return this Paladin to its Pokeball. And now the Fluttermane is facing down at Gothitelle, who is all by its lonesome.
Yeah, that was it. That was the Gothitelle trying to get the second Psychic off onto the Palafin there, and it would have succeeded if it wasn't for that Garchomp not being able to get its second Protect off. And we know that it's going to be less and less likely each turn round that you try to go for those Protects. So let's run this through Gothitelle versus the Fluttermane. Moonblast not quite picking up the KO. Psychic also not picking up the KO. And this final Moonblast coming in. Daniel taking this game 2-0.
Yeah, just very nicely played. I mean, you had to give it up to Joel there. I mean, the double protect is kind of what you had to go for, because you saw what happened kind of if it didn't get that double protect. It just goes down. So it was really the only play that Joel could have opted for. And unfortunately, just when you roll those sort of moves and when you go for that sort of options, it sometimes works out if you're lucky, and sometimes it doesn't. And that's all part of Pokemon.
Yeah, it is. And you don't even know if it does work out, if Game 3 is going to go in your favor again. You're just vying for that opportunity to see if you can change things up there. And credit for Daniel to not over-predict there. I think that's really important to call out, where Garchomp is the threat. Garchomp's the one that's doing damage. Just attack it. Yeah. And occasionally that goes wrong. But if you don't over-predict, keep it KISS, isn't it? Keep it simple, stupid.
That's exactly it. I mean, there's
that saying.
I think with Pokemon and sort of playing this game competitive, sometimes it is far too easy to overthink things. And as you say, I think sometimes just keeping it simple, seeing what your win conditions are, how do you get to the end, how do you take the set, and sometimes just almost locking in on that is kind of the way to do it, because otherwise you can overthink things, make some silly mistakes, and then suddenly it just 180s. And we saw so many times in so many sets today where things can just suddenly topple over and 180 in the favor of your opponent.
Totally right. And to call that out to another level, the final gambits.
Yes.
From turn 1, game 1 and game 2. Just final gambit to Corviknight.
It had a plan. It had a goal in mind and did not ever deter from that. It was like,
this is like, but it's like, maybe that's how final gambit works. I don't know. I've never used it personally. I hope not to have to use it ever, really. But yeah, just a real nice end game from Daniel there. Commiserations to Joel. Played it really well. In another world, we could have got a game 3. Would have liked to see that, but Joel played that set really well as well, and definitely looking forward to seeing more of what they do in UKITT this season.
Yeah, kind of one of those. It looked like sort of a fairly sort of tough matchup going into it, which can happen in Pokemon, of course. The game always begins at the team sheet, and sometimes you'll have your sort of favourable positions. Might be unfavorable, but despite that, Joel played it really, really nicely, and I'll be looking forward to see kind of what Joel can do in the rest of UKITT, because of course it's not over yet. There's still more to go.
Definitely not.
But unfortunately, that is the end for us today. It's been a long one, and we appreciate all of you sticking around for us yapping away at Pokemon. It's what we enjoy doing the most. And Ben, true honor to be joined by you today. It's quite nice, honestly. It's like I've been playing Pokemon for this sort of nearly 10 years. I got my start kind of in 2012. But it's nice to be joined by someone who has been at it even longer than I have.
Well, you know what?
We're feeling the age these days.
I was going to say, it's lovely words, and it's been an absolute pleasure tonight. I've seen you cast on other weeks at UKITT, and I've really enjoyed what you've been bringing to the table. And then you told me how old I was, and now all the compliments. It was going so well. It is nice after all the years to still see the enthusiasm come through from everyone here, and the community's so good. For more action in UKITT, of course, games are starting again on Tuesday, coming in a couple of days. So we'll have our next week, our week 6 standings for all of our trainers playing in UKITT. And then we will be back, of course, on Sunday next week at 6 p.m. there or thereabouts on the same channel. Rich, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your handle, whatever channel you're on, but if you're watching, you know where it is. So we'll be back here at 6 p.m. Next week on Sunday for some more UKITT action.
Yeah, more Pokemon on the way. UKITT's not going anywhere. We still got more to go. But we really appreciate all of you coming along. I mean, UKITT, it's my first UKITT experiencing it, and I still love this project. I love what it's going for, and getting to see all these matches is truly exciting each week. So show some love to Rich, show some love to the whole team by UKITT as well, where Vaughn is in the chat as well.
Definitely.
Doing a bang job. All the judges, everyone that puts this together, give them all some love, because they are the backbone behind it all. And as always, look forward to more UKITT on the way. But Ben, any final words before we send us off?
It's been great.
I will do.
That's it.
Stay tuned. We'll see you next week. Have a good night all.